Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Pleased to inform today's event will begin shortly. Please to invite everyone to your seats and kindly switch your mobile phone and other devices to silent mode to avoid interruption. Can we please have your attention to a short safety briefing? Please be informed that there is no emergency drill scheduled for today. On the screen is the layout of this hall, Dewan Muzakarah emergency route. This hall have two emergency routes. In the event of an emergency, please proceed to parking area B and C as shown on the screen. Follow the instruction of the security officer on duty. Move calmly, quickly, and safely. And thank you for your attention. Also, before we begin, please to inform that you can scan the QR code shown on the screen to access the Energy Seminar e-booklet for more information. The e-booklet includes the detailed program as well as the host and speaker biographies. Announcing the arrival of the guest of honor, Yang Mulia Haji Azhar bin Haji Yahya, Permanent Secretary, Department of Energy at the Prime Minister's Office, and Interim Managing Director of Petroleum Authority of Brunei Darussalam. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang Mulia Haji Azhar bin Haji Yahya, Permanent Secretary, Department of Energy at the Prime Minister's Office, and Interim Managing Director of Petroleum Authority of Brunei Darussalam. Yang Mulia Pangeran Haji Jamrawira bin Pangeran Haji Petra, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Department of Energy at the Prime Minister's Office. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the energy seminar organized by Petroleum Authority of Brunei Darussalam in conjunction with Energy Week of Brunei Mid-Year Conference and Exhibition 2022. To bless this session, we would like to invite Yang Mulia Haji Azlan bin Haji Magun to lead the recitation of Surah Al-Fatihah.
Astaghfirullahaladzim allazi la ilaha illa huwal hayyul qayyum wa atubu ilayh. Astaghfirullahaladzim allazi la ilaha illa huwal hayyul qayyum wa atubu ilayh. Astaghfirullahaladzim allazi la ilaha illa huwal hayyul qayyum wa atubu ilayh. Ila hadratin Nabil Mustafa Rasulillah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Syai'un lil Al-Fatihah. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Arrahmanir rahim. Maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin.
Amin, 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 ya Rabbal Alamin. We would like now to invite Yang Mulia Haji Azhar bin Haji Yahya, Permanent Secretary, Department of Energy at the Prime Minister's Office, and Interim Managing Director of Petroleum Authority of Brunei Darussalam, to deliver his opening remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang Mulia Pangeran Haji Jamrawira bin Pangeran Haji Petra, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Department of Energy, the Prime Minister's Office, executives, professionals, and representatives from industries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all of you that are present here or connecting virtually. As you know, the theme for Energy Weeks this week is energy security and energy transition today and tomorrow. The theme is designed to capture the changing and dynamic changes in the market, political landscapes, and the socio-economics that's ongoing around us. These are our current challenges. We have organized symposium, seminars, exhibition to raise awareness, exchange ideas, and to discuss various topics that are around the themes. So it gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to the Energy Seminar today. And this is organized by the Petroleum Authority of Brunei Darussalam. The objective of the Energy Seminar is to provide a platform for knowledge sharing, opportunity to interact among industry players, policymakers, and academics, learn good practices from actual projects and detailed research studies, and to gain valuable insights from experienced technical specialists in this room. This seminar is set up and conducted for the audience to gain insight and information that would benefit you in your daily work and operations. The seminar today will be participated by 19 speakers, including some speakers from overseas. We are honored to have your presence and participation in this seminar to address a number of selected important subjects, namely upstream marginal fields, asset integrity, and HSC this morning. And the afternoon will cover equally important topics of green energy and technology. These are some of the topics that are very relevant to the current setting of the energy industry, as I mentioned early on. I hope that from the seminar you will be inspired, motivated, and will walk away with greater knowledge and understanding. Please take full advantage of the numerous experts and speakers that are here among us. Make connections, pick their brains, and learn from each other. Last but not least, I would like to extend my appreciation to all the speakers for their valuable sharing and time, and special thanks to the organizing committee for their support in making the seminar a success. I look forward to an interactive and fruitful seminar. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Yang Mulia Haji Azhar bin Haji Yahya. Next, we would like to invite guests of honor and the speakers to come to the front for a group photo session. Without further ado, let's begin our first session with marginal field upstream. This will be hosted by Yang Mulia, Siti Salwati binti Haji Muhammad Sharif, Lead Geologist, Petroleum Authority of Brunei Darussalam. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Shima. Assalamualaikum and very good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first seminar. I hope everyone had a good breakfast or at least a good cup of coffee this morning before we kickstart our Friday. So we're gonna have a series of presentations as the subject is all about marginal fields. So the presentations will be revolved around different aspects of marginal fields, covering from global perspectives to case studies, which will be shared by our guest speakers. So the format for this seminar will be, for this particular one, we have 4 presentations, each of around about 10 to 15 minutes maximum. So we will have the Q&A at the end of the 4th presentation. So hold to your questions. What happened will be, we will open the floor for the questions to those audience present in this room. But those who are actually joining us virtually, they can actually post their comments or questions through the Slido, which is, you can scan the Slido here for those who are actually virtually. Okay, without any further ado, let me introduce our first guest speaker, Rachel Calvert. She's actually from S&P Global. She's a director of S&P Global Commodity Insight. She leads upstream transformation services and the E&P terms and above ground risk. She holds a Master of Arts in Political Science from Johns Hopkins University, United States. So please welcome Rachel Calvert. mic's not working, Is that better? Okay, perfect. All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for your time this morning. I think we'll go ahead and get started because we have several speakers with really interesting topics queued up after me. So I'll go ahead and jump in without further ado. I'd like to start by introducing, marginal fields. Why are we talking about marginal fields today? Why are they so important? So if we jump to the next slide, please. So one of the things I do in my role is I look after terms and conditions for E&P investment around the world. And when we look out globally today, we see several really clear trends in how E&P terms, both fiscal and contractual, are evolving. And one of these very clear trends is the increased use of special fiscal terms for marginal fields. Now, this is happening for a couple of reasons. Of course, with the Russia-Ukraine conflict, we have increased, there we go. We have increased focus on marginal fields as a way to bolster energy security. But this renewed interest in marginal fields actually started even earlier than this, as we have several governments who are rethinking marginal fields. How do we encourage their development, and how does that fit in with our energy and transition plans as these plans start to accelerate? So if we look at the S&P Global Petroleum Economics and Policy Solutions database, we identify 29 countries that offer special fiscal terms for marginal fields. And those are the ones you can see highlighted in red on the map. Now, these fiscal terms, in some cases, they're special regimes designed just for marginal fields. And we see a lot of that in Asia Pacific very recently. So we had India bring in discovered small fields term in 2016, which they completely revised and made much more attractive this year. We had Malaysia introduce the small field asset terms last year. And then just earlier this month, Indonesia brought in special terms for discovered resource opportunities. So this trend is very active in Asia Pacific in particular. We also have several countries where the special terms for marginal fields are not a separate regime, but they're an element of the existing broader fiscal regime that is designed in a way that incentivizes these marginal fields. So that's what we see when we look at places like Algeria, like Brazil, like Thailand. It is also worth noting there's a few countries maybe you're thinking should be highlighted on here. In talking specifically about marginal field incentives, I have not included countries that have a profit sharing mechanism that's based solely on project profitability. If that's the only criteria being used, it's not covered here because it's not specific enough to really be targeting marginal fields, which is what I really wanted to talk about. Okay, so we've got 29 countries really targeting marginal fields with their fiscal terms. But what do they mean by a marginal field? Well, that actually varies quite a lot country by country. Some countries have specific definitions, some don't. A lot of them are using various criteria you can see on the right. So marginal fields can be defined by size. They can be purely by the fact that they're undeveloped. Maybe they've been abandoned for a particular amount of time. Maybe they have certain technical challenges, high pressure, high temperature, ultra heavy oil. Maybe they're offshore with no infrastructure. Maybe they're a mature field with declining production. So what we mean by a marginal field varies a lot depending on where we find ourselves on the planet. It also depends very much for each country what the status of their E&P sector is. What is marginal for them? What are they looking to development? What are the government's goals for the sector? So we get these very broad definitions. If we're in Norway, a marginal field is small, it's old, it's expensive. If we're in Nigeria, a marginal field is geographic. It's in the Niger Delta. So we're talking about a lot of different things today when we talk about marginal fields. The last thing I'll say about marginal fields is there is a really big variation when we look at the publicly available information on these special fiscal terms.
Some countries are really trying to aggressively promote their marginal fields. They're making the public terms very obvious. They're putting them in laws and legislation. They're issuing special model contracts. They really want that publicity and that promotion. And we see more momentum in that space recently. In other countries, they merely mention in passing in bid round documents or laws that terms for marginal fields exist. They're open to negotiation on a case-by-case basis, but there is no detail. And that creates this huge variation in understanding, promotion, assessment, benchmarking of what these terms really mean in practice. And that's the varied colors on the map. The darker colors are the countries that offer much more information about their terms and really have a more aggressive drive to push the information available about special incentives for marginal fields to have that promotion. All right, so now we've got a little bit of an understanding about which countries are pursuing marginal fields and how they're defining those, what they are. So we're talking about fiscal incentives. How is this actually being done? What are the fiscal incentives that countries are really using when they talk about incentivizing marginal fields? So what we can see from the table here is there's a few really key fiscal incentives. The most popular way to incentivize marginal fields to make them more economic is to reduce royalties. The second is to reduce income tax. And the third is to offer greater uplift or allowances. So this is how you deal with the cost of capital assets and their depreciation and carry those losses forward in tax and cost recovery. Very, very exciting stuff. But what the table shows is we've got 12 key producing countries and the different fiscal incentives they offer. You can see very clearly that the second column, the royalty reduction, is the most popular. The income tax reduction, the third column, is next, tying with those uplift and allowances. So these are really the levers. And I want to talk a moment about royalties because it's a very important lever in a fiscal sense for marginal fields. Because royalties tend to have a negative impact on the marginal cost of production or oil and gas. So if you're talking about a marginal field, that means they can discourage the development of the field, or if it's already producing, they can see it shut in earlier as the field becomes economic. So the regressive nature of a royalty really hits very hard when you have low profit margins, which is often the case of a marginal field, however you define it. So what this means is a lot of countries that have a significant number of marginal fields have actually done away with royalties. We see this in the UK, we see this in Norway. Or they're looking to reduce royalties in one way or another. So that can be a flat rate reduction. It can be categorical. If your field's below a certain size, it gets a certain reduction, or it can be on a sliding scale tied to price. But whatever way, however you think about or design it, you need to think about royalties very carefully when you're looking at designing fiscal terms to incentivize marginal field development, because they are one of the terms that really moves the needle the most on the project economics. Okay, so now we've talked a little bit about the fiscal levers. I want to talk a little bit more about what that looks like in practice and how we've seen the use of these terms evolving, because our industry is going through a huge period of change right now. So how are marginal terms evolving? Are they keeping up with this changing context? So I have a couple of brief case studies to highlight some of this evolution. And the first one is Pakistan. So Pakistan brought in its special terms for marginal fields in 2013, and they have not changed since. So if you like, they're an example of how governments were incentivizing marginal fields prior to the previous two price collapses, the price collapse in 2014 and 2020. And this is ultimately, if you like, a little bit more of a conservative approach. It's essentially marginal incentives for marginal fields. So what we're looking at here is two different sizes of hypothetical gas fields. So across the top in both tables, you have a 1.5 TCF field. The second row down is 600 BCF field size. Now these are developed at equivalent cost and a $6 per MCF gas price. And the green bars show the standard fiscal terms. The blue bars show what happens when you add the special terms for marginal fields. We're looking at the investor internal rate of return on the left and undiscounted state or government take on the right. So essentially what we can see is that yes, the special terms for the marginal fields definitely make a difference, but it's relatively small. So when we're talking about the internal rate of return for the investors, that improves by 0.8 to 1%, depending on the field size. When we're talking about the undiscounted state take or the government revenues, they're declining 2.3 to 2.6%. So relatively small, relatively conservative. We're really playing on the very edge of these fields may be or maybe not being economically viable. So this is one of the things about the industry that's changing right now. What kind of hurdle rates does it take in terms of internal rates of return for a project to actually move ahead? In the past, the rule of thumb was around 15%. So you can see here in 2013, we're really playing on the edges of just being a bit over 15% to try and make these projects something that could be developed. But marginal fields often need more than 15% because of the small size. So what that means is there's really been not a lot of success with these terms in Pakistan in terms of attracting investment to develop these fields. There are 3 different operators that are local E&P companies using these terms on a couple of projects. No international investors have come in for these terms. So marginal incentives, marginal attraction, marginal returns. Let's look at a little more recent case study. So let's take a look at Angola. So Angola brought in special terms for marginal fields in 2018 when they had a big push to start to develop discovered undeveloped resources. And these terms, being 5 years later, much more recent, they're made in a very different context. So the government of Angola had an understanding that we are in a world of less upstream E&P capex on the whole. The price is higher at the moment. Things are coming back a bit, yes, but we're not going back to where we were in the early 2000s. Certainly, we're probably not even going back to where we were in 2013. There's a smaller pool of capex in the industry moving forward, which means greater competition to attract that investment. And with that in mind, you need to be looking at more material incentives for your marginal fields if you really want to bring investment in. And so that's what Angola did. They went back to some of those fiscal levers I talked about at the beginning. For gas, they reduced royalty rates between 5 and 15%. And on the taxation side, they made some very big changes. So they have both an income tax and a petroleum production tax. They cut those combined by 35%. So some very significant changes. And that, of course, generated more significant changes in fields becoming, marginal fields becoming economic. Yes, it corresponded to bigger decreases in government take, but a lot more of these fields are now more attractive for development. So that's what we're looking at on these slides. Each set of bars is an individual specific marginal field. On the bottom, we're looking at how much the break-even price for these fields was reduced by these terms, which is a 20% on average, which is a very significant reduction in a break-even price. And then we're looking at what happened to net present value, which we can see varies more significantly, improving between 10 and 100%. But real material changes to the economics of these fields from these bolder changes around taxation and royalty. And what that means is, of course, these terms have had more success. So even though we've had another oil price collapse, and even though we've had COVID-19, which has been a big limiting factor on the attraction for these terms, we still have 5 fields with different operators that are been granted these terms in Angola, 3 of which have already entered production. So they've added 86,000 barrels per day of production because of these terms. We expect it will be more in current conditions. So bolder moves, more success coming out of this different approach taken by Angola. But that's really one significant part of the story is the fiscal terms. I don't have a lot more time this morning, but there's a whole other area of terms, which is contractual terms, that I wanted to touch on very briefly. I think given the higher prices that we're facing right now, a lot of people are wondering, well, do we even need to offer these kinds of more material fiscal incentives? Is that really necessary? And I would say yes, because of what I said earlier, our pool of E&P capex is reduced, it's not coming back. And then there's a fundamental uncertainty now built into our sector around energy transition, medium and long-term demand projections, which impacts project planning as well. So we need these more material fiscal incentives. The other thing we have to think about is reimagining non-fiscal incentives for marginal fields to be more compatible with an energy transition focused world. Now, why is this especially important for marginal fields? It's because of how we've incentivized their development in the past when we look beyond fiscal terms. One of the most common incentives for marginal field economics to be improved is to allow greater amounts of flaring and venting. And so that brings a reputational challenge for the development of these fields as we look out into the future. So what we're looking at in these two pie charts is essentially all of your major oil and gas producers in the world, so 70 plus countries. The vast majority of these countries require permits for flaring, so 96% require permits. If we look at those 96% requiring permits on the left-hand side, we have 71% either allow flaring for economic reasons or they don't specify, so economic reasons are still possible. So there's still a lot of leeway for flaring on economic grounds, but this is being actively reviewed by a number of governments right now as they look at what their net zero and their climate change and their emission reduction commitments mean for the upstream oil and gas sector. On the pie chart on the right, we have incentives for use of associated gas. Out of this same group of countries, only 27% are offering any support for operators to capture and use some of that associated gas when you have marginal oil fields. So we have a bit of an imbalance here that can very easily be rethought. We have a lot of room to rethink how we regulate flaring. We have a lot of room to rethink what we're incentivizing with marginal fields. We can offer incentives for gas capture. We can offer incentives for electrification. These can be tied into cluster development concepts and tiebacks that go back into making the development of these fields more feasible and give us a way to bring lower carbon marginal field production to market. And this is something that consumers increasingly want and will pay a premium for potentially in the future, which will help offset some of the additional costs involved in these projects. So I'm just sort of wrapping up with a bit of a plea to think beyond the narrow fiscal terms I started with, because we have a lot of levers we can work with for marginal fields. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I'm almost out of time. So let me wrap up. 3 key points. We see a lot of increased use of special fiscal terms for marginal fields when we look around the world, but what we mean by a marginal field varies quite a lot, and that's not going to change. The second thing is we need to think beyond marginal incentives. We're in a world of increased competition for upstream investment. We need to be a bit bold and look at some of the key levers around fiscal incentives for developing marginal fields. For many governments, this is going to mean rebalancing a little bit how they think about government take versus production in terms of what defines success for marginal fields. You may have to reduce your government take as an average percentage compared to larger fields in the country, but you'll still have revenue recognition that wouldn't happen otherwise if those fields were never developed. You'll have revenue recognition from more production and happen over longer terms. So there's a need for a more holistic view of government revenue and production balance when we think about success for marginal fields. And that can give us some leeway to offer some of these bolder fiscal incentives. And then finally, going forward, there's going to be a growing need to reimagine these non-fiscal incentives and how we tie the marginal field plan into our broader greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. So yeah, plenty of exciting things to do and think about on the marginal fields, just from a very above ground and regulatory perspective. So thank you very much for that. That wraps up for me.
Thank you, Rachel. Our next speaker is Encik Haji Jamari N. Shah. He is the principal petrophysicist in Resource Development Management, Petronas. Encik Jamari is specialized in reservoir characterization in conventional and unconventional reservoirs. He has done reservoir evaluation for more than 40 countries. So please welcome Encik Jamari.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and very good morning to everyone, especially all the VIP peoples and all the industry peoples. So I would like to thank here mainly on the Brunei governments, Ministry of Energy, Petroleum Authorities, and then the Petronas Brunei. So this morning, basically, just a continuation from what Rachel saying, that we're going to discuss on marginal field developments. So mainly what's happened in Malaysia. And we got to touch a bit on the physical term. So it's mean the commercial arrangement. So what we are doing in the commercial arrangement in the Petronas in the higher levels. And then we bring you some of the projects that has been successfully done and then already on the stream. Okay, so my topic is basically efficient hydrocarbon asset monetization through innovative solution and prudent development strategy. This was prepared by Malaysia Petroleum Management, is called MPM, and under Petronas. Okay, so basically Petronas through MPM embarking on various asset monetization, enabling a shaping strategy initiative to effectively monetize all the resource regardless of any type, location, and size. We have a lot of gas and oil portfolios in Malaysia. So we got to touch about the two elements here. One is just talk about the PSC arrangement that we have when embarking so far. And then the most important thing, most important things we're going to touch on the technicals. So we have a 4 box here. We're going to discuss one by one. So basically we can go to the top left. So what Petronas did is basically we are conducting a strategic enabling initiative. So there is a lot of series of strategy was have been done. So one of them is basically we are focusing on aspire things. Also, so it means we reduce the time and then we reduce the cost and then we reduce the process of the simplification. So one of them is basically the sleep hole drilling. Is everybody knows once we proceed with that margin of scheme of the drillings, we're going to make it the time for the rig is more faster and then it's more cheaper. And then environment cost reduction. So nowadays we are familiar with a cap rock environments instead of the conventional all cementing to the top. So basically we are adopting what actually the North Sea has been done. So it's a cap rock environments. And now Petronas have a goal is full digitals. Basically all our data is can access anytime, anywhere. And also in terms of the facilities, we are talking about to offer a lightweight structure, which is a module structures. So it is faster in terms of the hookup and the fabrication, and then even we can move from one location to another location. And then in talking about the marginal field, definitely is beyond that what the conventional have. It means the portfolio is extremely have a constraint. Talking about the volumes, talking about the location, talking about the way that we are going to evacuation. So what we did in Petronas, we formulate a benchmarking. So it means we need to have another benchmarking. Talking about if we are not in the conventional way of thinking. So we are going to be slightly beyond the conventional way. So we need to have a benchmarking for the marginal field. So the first one is talking about the cost and schedule benchmarking for the marginal field. We develop a cost, drilling cost and performance benchmarking, and then also about the reservoir performance benchmarking. Basically, that benchmarking is covered from the subsurface to the operation drilling and even to the schedule and the project and cost control. So basically, all this benchmarking is going to be prioritized all our portfolios, and then we're going to know which field that we come first and which field can offer to the operators. So and then the top right, basically what the Petronas did is we are collaborate with the industry. We are collaborate with the industry. We talk. We conduct a series of forum and dialogue with the industry. So what kind of the technology we can bring into the marginal field? What kind of process we can bring to the marginal field in order that it's more interactive and more incentive for operator to take up our portfolios. And then the last one, the top bottoms here, the right bottoms here, basically what the Petronas did, we have a overall Petronas portfolios study we call area development plan, ADP, where we have a holistic view of the regional hydrocarbon resource. Basically for each region in Malaysia, we have this kind of study where we're going to tie between the marginal and conventional. So how that this marginal can benefit with the conventional, how that this marginal can benefit with the existing evacuation route. So, and then from that, we select the best priority of the marginal field, and then we conduct the asset value framing. So from the asset value framing, we are focusedly on how we're going to bring the molecule of the carbon to the surface. Okay, we touched a bit on the marginal field commercial arrangement. This is what we did in Petronas Malaysia. So far, we have offered two kind of PSC term, petroleum sharing contract terms. So the first one at the left is basically we call a small field asset SFA PSC term. This one mainly on where we have a marginal field, basically is a small resource. So this establishes a win-win partnership while providing attractive and conducive business ecosystem. So the most fiscal terms that we offer is basically is a simple fiscal model, process simplification, and a staging development. For example, and then currently we have awarded about the 3 SFA in our waters, in our areas. So I just take it one. Let's say for the simple process simplification. In conventional, we might to anticipate with a 4 or 5 time audition gate or review prior to submission of the FDP. But in this SFA, we only require 1 time. So in order for us to submit the final FDP, this is very fast FDP. If you can see it later on, we can show how that the marginal field was developed in Malaysia and how fast they developed in terms of the FDP itself. And then the second one is to talk about the second scheme of marginal field is talking about the late life asset, which is the asset that's been gone through all the production, and then this is the end of the life of the fields. So we offer LLA PSC terms. So this is a simplified commercial arrangement by empower contractor and provide a reward efficiency. This is a way that they have a aging facility, they have aging evacuation route, 5 pings. And then what we're going to do is there is no cost recovery mechanism. Basically, it's a mutual agreement between the operator and the regulators. So we have a cost saving is a contractor revenue. So basically, we log FIDs and the cost. Once the contractor have a cost saving, this is back to the contractors. And then we share profit between a profit and liability. Basically, the regulator and the operator sharing. Either the project will be success or the project will be the vice versa. So the regulator can share their burden also. And then we have a simple production split, and then even the tax, everything. So far we have awarded a 1 LLA PSC in Malaysia, and then this one basically the on stream already. Okay, I just recap some of the key success factor where we're going to develop this marginal fee. We divided by the 4 elements here, where is the first one, agile and nimble. Basically, this kind of concept is the contractor who can monetize small field efficiently and safely, because we need to be more dynamic, and then we need to be quick. So we need to dynamic in the thinking, the process is more dynamics, and then we need to be quick. It means we need to produce as much as possible as the fastest ways. That's the way that the marginal field looking. And then we need to have a low cost structure. So it means in the marginal field, definitely the unit development cost or unit production cost usually is maybe 30%, 40% or 50% higher. So this is why we need to have a reduce in terms of the capex. So we need to have a low cost structures has been implemented, and then we can reuse or republish that structures. And then the third one is talking about the innovative technologies. So this is why we need to have a specialist in the industry talking to us how that we're going to run the operation safely with this new niche technology that we can bring. In terms of the drilling, we have a lot of series of initiatives that we can reduce in terms of the operation and even the facilities. And then the last one is talking about a simple physical regime. So definitely we need to offer a different kind of commercial arrangement with the operators, make sure that the operators have and the regulator have a win-win situations. Okay, the last three slide here, I will bring a 3 case example. The first one is talking about the M field. So here is basically we have a prospect P1 was identified as exploration and to be developed within the M development campaign. So we integrate and FEED proposals, technical review, end-to-end, which is less than 10 months. We deliver the FDP, and then we tie to the annex to the development of the main field. So we deliver and then in terms of the agreement or between the approval of the LDP and approval of the selection of the concept. So we need to be faster. So this means the regulator and the operators need to be faster, decide which concept that we go. And then based on the achievement here, we can see is that we have a quite significant number of reserve to be developed, reserve addition, and then about the well potential is quite significant. It's not we're talking about the marginal field. It's not a low production or low resource. Basically, the marginal field can deliver whatever the conventional can deliver. Basically, in such a way that we can put the right technologies and the right time and the right phase. So this is another example, what we call a J field. So innovative solution of the facility utilization allow a faster development of J field. Basically the O field at the rate here, you can see this is about the abundant field. So what we do is we optimize the cost and expedite the development of J field facility for O field using all the facilities from the O field bring to the J field in the yellows there. Okay? So we bring, it's quite significant. We bring a wellhead platform, the 6-inch flexible production flow line, and then even we bring the FPSO, bring about 100 kilometers to the from O field to the J field, and then this is a small field. J field is basically a small field, and you can have a look here. It's within 1.5 years. It's about talking about the 8 months. We can you can deliver from the beginning of the FDPs until the FODs. So that's the way that how fast that the marginal fields, and then how simple that the agreements, and then the fabrication, the engineering that we need require for the marginal fields. Right? So the last one is talking about the T field. The field is a simplified decision review, parallel process, and effective operation. So the small field T was early monetization due to faster FDP process, which is took only 4 months. This is the kind of mindset that we put in the marginal field. So the development of the FDP is talking about very fast. It's talking about 4 months, and then talking about we optimize here. We optimize the floating storage, which is case of production. So basically, we can use whatever the floating storage from the nearby. So the already case of the production we bring here, and then we have a parallel process. So it's mean within the ADP itself, the procurement, and then the tenderings, and even the construction or the fabrication of the some of the element need to be started. So in order for us to deliver, so this project basically the achievement, you can see the reserve addition is 35% higher, the production is 40% higher, and then from the start of the FDP until the FOD is only took 8 months. This is really fast that we are talking about how we delivers the projects or the marginal field, because we cannot spend a lot of manpower, we cannot spend a lot of times. So we need to exactly right technology, exactly right timing and arrangement. Okay, and then here basically we are using cheapest floating offshore installation storage. Voice is basically, this is the most cheapest so far what we got in order for us to evacuate the marginal field. And then we're also using the seahorse upstream platform, which is this world practice of the marginal field that we bring in Malaysia basically. So this is seahorse we can bring from location to location once they done the production. So the marginal field is basically looking after 2 or 3 years production windows, and then we can bring to another locations. Okay, just last but not least, I just recap on my presentation. Prudent technology approaches combined with suitable technologies. Basically, the marginal field require technologies supported by excellent commercial arrangement. Definitely, we need to, as a regulator, myself now at the regulator side. So basically, we are looking how that we got to interact more with operators. So because of our portfolio cannot be stranded in the ground, that we can develop. And it's a key factor realizing the success of marginal fields. So with that, thank you very much for your time, and thank you everyone.
Thank you, Encik Haji Jamari. The next guest speaker is actually will be joining us through virtual online. He's Mr. Chepi Muhammad Adam, a Chief Development Geophysicist from Pertamina. He started his career actually in Total Energies, a wide experience from exploration and development in Nigeria, Angola, North Sea, Myanmar, in Indonesia. So he graduated with a master degree in geophysics from the IFP School, France. So welcome, Mr. Chepi. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to apologize for being virtual today. I wish I had a chance to present this topic, interesting topic, and discuss in person with you and meet you. But anyway, with the technology, I can still made it to present to you. Do you see my slide? Yeah. So just to, because I don't share my slide. Okay, thank you. So a marginal field has always been a fascinating topic to talk about. There are many aspects to take care of to bring the marginal field up to development. From all development case we have, it converges to what I consider the most essential subject in this topic, which is tackling uncertainty. So I'm going to demonstrate in the case study later on, development that we have sanctioned recently, how reducing uncertainty allow us to have more precise development scenario that meet the economic threshold. Next slide, please. Okay, so in developing a marginal field, well, at least there are two big things that we have to concern. The first one is fit for post technology, and the other one viable business. It's included many things in this side. Yeah, include available market, favorable fiscal regime, stability, etc. We can realize development of marginal field by combining one of these or all of these, reducing capex in technology, or on the other side, if we have a common interest with government, we can ask for incentive, for example. But that take a longer time to discuss normally, depend on the fiscal regime and the regulations. Going to focus on today in the left side in how we choose or precise technology or development scenario. Now, the most challenging things in marginal field is not really the size; it's actually uncertainty. Let me put this way: when you have, for example, 20 in a gas, yeah. Gas case, when you have 25 PCF reserve, but your uncertainty is range from, let's say, 10 to 50 BCF, which is quite a wide range. So you're obliged to choose the technology that accommodates your big productions. But let's say, for example, your economic threshold is around 15 or 10. So it's you are also exposed to the economic threshold. So that is the biggest challenge. But if you have, for example, 20 BCF, but your range uncertainty in between 18 and 20, you are far away from economic threshold. So you can choose the best technology to produce it. So that's the first statement. So I mean, the most important statement in this presentation. So the challenge is to minimize risk and reduce uncertainty for development. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start presenting the case study a little bit detailed for you to have to kind of a flavor how the reducing uncertainty allow us to have a viable development marginal field. We talk about offshore field here. We are, so in the start is Brunei. The case study is on the other side of Borneo, is in Kalimantan. It's a Mahakam Delta. So it's a neighbor. We talk about Sisinubi, which is offshore field in Mahakam Delta. And in this area, we have many producing field, swamp area like Tunu, for example. So in the left side, you can see the map. Tunu is in a swamp field, and Sisinubi is offshore. In the cross section, you can see that how the schematic geological section from onshore to offshore. Tunu is in the delta environment. Sisinubi, it's more distal offshore. The producing field is actually, I don't know if I can show you from my side, but if you can see the black line, that is the main producing field. We talk about the shallow section, which is here for long, we consider as a drilling hazard. So the hydrocarbon occurrence encountered from a very shallow section. It's from 100 meter to deeper sections. We can find gas pocket very shallow. So the shallow gas pocket previously, before 27 in Tunu, considered as drilling hazard. It's small object and scattered all over the area. So it's everywhere. Tunu in a swamp area has successfully turned drilling hazard into full-blown development in swamp area. So now I think there are more than almost 300 wells drilled, dedicated only on this object, shallow object. Next slide, please. So what is this shallow gas reservoir, shallow gas pocket actually? It's the left side, the map, we have done screening from our seismic 3D. It's actually, we can detect it or can see in a seismic 3D. There are a lot of those objects, maybe magnitude 100,000 objects in all area. In Tunu itself, we have already maybe 20 or 50,000 objects. Not all gas. We have to analyze and define where is gas, where is non-gas. Yeah. The size of them are quite small. It's the size of football stadium. You can see comparison between Hassan al-Bolkiah Stadium in the right. So it's a sidebar depositions in a channel. Yeah. So it's quite small. Next slide, please. So how to reduce the uncertainty? We have to reduce two things. The first one is subsurface uncertainty, because the first one is to have reliable methodology to define target. Since this object is seen in seismic, so we have to have a good methodology to pinpoint where is gas, where is non-gas. We have combined all the methodology like A-view, seismic inversions, spectral decomposition, etc. And then from previous development in Tunu, we have quite good success ratio finding gas. 80%, more than 80% success rate of finding gas reservoir, meaning from 100 object we can of target, we have found 80 of them as gas. But the only thing is, even though we have found gas, but the net pay prediction from seismic, it's not really accurate. It's very quite wide range. So that is the first uncertainty. So And then also the subsurface characterization, like static and fluid properties, how the reservoir when we produce behave, production mechanism, is it depletions or water driving, aquifer driving? Is there any concern by facies, by fault, etc.? So from the previous development in Tunu, we have quite good knowledge and characteristic. We can define a relation between recovery factor with the thickness and with the definition of contact, or gas water contact, or gas dontu. So we have clearly defined that, and we know how the gas or the reservoir behave when we produce it. Now, to reduce this uncertainty, we have to really hit the target in optimum positions. Like, for example, in here, we push as much as possible to drill in the center of the objects, because since the object is quite small, so we have to make sure that we drill in the thickest part of the object, because when we go to the side, increase the uncertainty of a lower net pay, meaning also a lower recovery factor, because we close to the contact or to the edge, and also risk of water breakthrough. So that is one thing that we have to tackle in the subsurface. Next slide, please. Now the surface also, it's more challenging because the object is small and scattered. Now the drilling also, we have a constraint, maximum dog leg, etc. So we cannot reach all the object in one trajectory. So we have to optimize, and meaning that we have to find the optimum platform position that we can reach maximum object from the positions. So we cannot, we don't have luxury to put anywhere platform. And also the near surface hazard is complicate things a little bit, because in one side having gas occurrence from very shallow, also, it's not only it's also occurs, yeah, because we have also risk of hazard. You can see here, for example, the position of platform really have to put in the clear area. This is the map in the right side is near surface hazard. It's a kind of a shallow gas which cannot be produced at the moment. It's around 100 below subsea, 100 meter below subsea. So from geotechnical, we can find out that this object we have gas kick, and so we have to put platform in the clear area. So we have to tackle this uncertainty, the optimum platform positions, and also avoid very shallow gas or near surface gas as a hazard. Next slide, please. So the choice of technology having all these things, so we have to reduce capex, maximize the number of well. So we choose ultra minimalist platform. So it's unmanned, but designed that we can board to inspection, etc. We put a 3 slot with splitter, so we can put maximum 6 well. But with splitter, we have to drill in batch. So so we have to kind of make sure that we hit the target, or we have target for at least one batch of slot, which means two wells. So that one is reducing capex, and the other one is to have flexibility to put in the optimum position of platform positions. We have to avoid the very shallow gas, as it's still hazard at the moment. So we use kind of suction pile foundation that the platform leg just penetrate only 20 meters below subsea. So we can put well, safe enough to put the platform in optimum positions. So with doing that, we sanction the development and open the possibility to develop all of the subject with economical threshold. Next slide, the last one. I just want to quote from Cassini, so regarding the uncertainty. So it is better to ignore where we are, and it is better to know what we ignore rather than to define where we don't belong. Thank you very much.
Our last presentation is from our guest speaker, Mr. Sombat Bongkot Olan. He's a geology manager in the Onshore Petroleum Development Department, PTTEP. He has experience in the exploration development geology, working in various operating units onshore and offshore of Thailand, Southeast Asia, and also the Middle East. This is not his first time in Brunei. He was here back in 2020 when he did his master's in petroleum geoscience at our UBD, University of Brunei Darussalam.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm Sombat. Firstly, I'm very happy to be here again. I used to be the student master degree in petroleum geoscience department from UBD. So 23 years passed. What they teach me at the time, so I will show you today. All right, so the topic for my presentation today will be Old Field New Volume by CCID Development Targeting Concept, the local initiative, because it brings from Thailand for global implementation. So we go together. I will walk through the PTTEP project globally, and then we talk about the Sirikit oil field onshore Thailand, which is the case study for today. We will talk about CCID definition, what it is. We talk about the well targeting concept, and then come up with the well result and optimization and conclusion. So this is our project globally. In total, we talk about 49 projects. 1/3 of that 49 is domestically in Thailand, and 2/3 is globally. Talk about the project we call Sirikit Oil Field, or S1. It's located in northern central of Thailand. So we go together to learn what the Sirikit Oil Field. Firstly, it's produced in 1982, so it's already 40 years old. 40 years old mean in terms of the subsurface or petroleum, it's already old, right? We did many things. We talk about water flood since water flood in 1995. We implement the hydraulic fracturing as well in 2006, and we implement the EOR as well in 2017. But anyway, from the bar graph, you can look at the black bar graph there. That is the total of drill well each year. So it's increasing dramatically. Why we need that many of the drill well? So I will let you know today. Just imagine last year we drilled 122 wells. And the how then of the well, you can look at the right side. Plenty of the well. Of course, we drill the well, we produce the fuel with we still make money. So what the reason why we need that more well? Firstly, we talk about the subsurface. Look at the picture. If you are the geologist, you will feel that, oh, wow, we have a lot of foul cut in our area, right? Small sub compartment in our area. In 1 square kilometer, talk about 10 compartment something. So we need more well to drill to all compartment. Second, outfield, it is the channel bar, channel, fluvial channel. We talk about the lacustrine channel. We talk about the channel, distributary channel, which will be very thin. This picture, just to show you that it's quite thin reservoir. And importantly, it's not only thin, but it's separate pressure regime. So all the reservoir here, even we have about 30, 40 meters, but can be separate into 10 regime or more than that. And it proved from our well, we drilled last year in 2000, last year, sorry, 21, right? So one of the fields showing that the net pay vary from 70 meter up to 27 meter. Net pay, right? But important is that 35% is still virgin reservoir. Even it's very old field, but we still find 35% of the virgin sand. Interesting. So that's why we come up with the idea how to develop this field. We call CCID, well targeting concept. What it come from? First is the compartmentalization. The first C is compartmentalization. So our field, we have plenty of the closure, small subcompartment, right? So we did more well. The second C is the combination trap. So because outfield, we have channel. When it run oblique to the fault, it can create separate closure as well, separate regime as well. So that is the second C, come from combination trap, right? The third one is we drill with the concept of infill spacing. So we narrow down the well spacing. Before we may talk about kilometer, but today we need to narrow down, and we still find the new sand. Lastly, I love this one as well. So we go deeper. In the old day, we don't have the hydraulic fracturing technique, but right now, when we go deeper, even the reservoir is quite tight, but we still able to develop it by using hydraulic fracturing. So all together here, that's how I call CCID in order to be easy to remember. So everyone remember right now, compartmentalization, combination trap, infill spacing, and deepening target. Look at the result. So last year we drilled the only development well, we drilled 106 well. We talk about 27 meter per well, net pay per well, right? Interesting that 45% or it's about 1,000 meter is still new. Even we produce for 40 years already. We drill in the old structure. So this is the very interesting, right? It proved from the pressure here. So the vertical section is depth, right? Sorry, the Y axis is depth, and the X is pressure, right? If how we know the virgin, we just look at the hydrostatic pressure in the dot line here. The other important what I can observe is that most of the new sand, talk about 85% in shallow, located in the shallow section. And the new sand again, located in the deep section. So the conventional section is in the two is about 30% new, 40% new. So that is conventional section that we used to drill before. This picture is very surprised me because now it's not only CCID. I need to add shallow play as well, right? We just look at the shallow play. Maybe we can get the new sand as well. Anyway, we cannot be alone, right? To develop one field, it cannot be only the new well using the CCID concept, but of course we need outflame to maintain our production plateau, right? We need the technique IOR, EOR, right, to enhance, to improve the recovery factor, right? We even still need to find new play in outfield as well. We talk about basement play. We talk about the shallow play. That's what I just mentioned. And you may see before, we talk about 1700 well, right, we drill. So we may need to look back at on the petrophysics in order to look for any missing, any pay left over. So all together that we can bring us to have the new reserve, even in the old field 40 years old. So what I say is this picture, we cannot be alone, right? We need baseline, we need the new well, we need water flood, we need fracturing, we need EOR, and of course we need new exploration well as well. All together to prolong the profile. And I think this is important to reduce the cost. It's not only from the subsurface itself. We need to integrate the surface. We need to be very good on planning. We need to understand outfield. We need to come up with a field development plan. We understand the today until the end of the field. We need the operation efficiency. And of course, the last one is we call post-evaluation. So after we drill the well, we need to look back. We have to understand the how the performance of the well. So all together, and then we come up with, okay, we think another concept. Maybe we can find another virgin sand as well. After we know all the process, we do all the process all together. So come to conclusion now. Outfield, even 40 years old already, but we still get the new volume from what I call CCID, development well targeting concept here, right? From last year, unbelievable 40 years old field, we still add about 30,000 barrels per well on top of IOR and EOR, right? And of course, we need outframe to integrate all the the full cycle of work plan. We need effective pre-job preparation. We need the operation optimization and also post-job evaluation, which is all lead to cost reduction, right? So we get new reserve, we reduce cost. So this is the way to develop marginal field, right? So I recommend the CCID to outfield. Anyway, the condition is that your field need to be thin sand, complex foul, lot of compartment. So that will be fit for the CCID targeting concept. And lastly, just enjoy your marginal field and make it viable. That's all my presentation actually. Thank you for all the audience today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sombat. Now is the Q&A session. May I invite our guest speakers to sit in front so we can take questions from the floor or the Slido that we received this morning. Okay. Maybe the first question, this goes to Rachel and Jamal. Yeah, as we know that a marginal field is is quite common topic at the moment. So maybe we will see more and more marginal opportunities coming in the future. So will you see in this opportunities will be taken up by small, medium companies or the majors? What's your view on that one?
It's a big question. I think, if we think specifically about this region, because we're in Brunei, if we think about Asia Pacific, we have seen a sort of big global trend, first of all, which is companies drilling fewer wells in fewer basins, fewer places, reevaluating prior, portfolios, and that leading to a reduction of the footprint of the majors in, several of the countries around the region, a real sort of high grading of portfolios and projects. So the majors footprint in Asia Pacific is getting a bit smaller. It's definitely not going away, but it's getting a bit smaller. And that raises some questions about what you do with your competitor mix, what companies you're looking to attract and work with for any kind of, development opportunity or exploration opportunity, marginal fields included. And when you look at, there are quite a lot of, independent players in the region who are really very interesting around some of these quite specific opportunities. And we've had some interesting examples from the North Sea where you can develop ecosystems of mid-size and smaller players, in some cases backed by private equity, that raises really interesting questions for models of companies in Asia Pacific. I think there is really appetite for working with these kind of smaller players. It raises some interesting questions around how you do that. You can think differently through the whole level of the process. So first is what I talked about, transparency of terms. If you want these smaller players to be excited about your marginal opportunities, you need to make sure that you promote what you're putting out there to support them. You need to let them know about the improvements in terms. You need to advertise it. It shouldn't be this very quiet, oh, come talk to us on a case-by-case basis. That doesn't really bring a lot of people knocking on the door. So the first thing I would say is promotion. Think differently about the promotion. The second thing I would say is, you look at the process, a lot has happened around being able to access and review the data for these fields. We've seen a lot of incentives by NOCs in the region to have different kind of data management programs. So maybe there's a level of data that's publicly available, and then there's membership programs where you're getting access to some quite high quality data about the opportunities, and a lot of engagement with the regulators around these opportunities. So data, engagement, management, transparency, access is another area to bring these smaller companies in. And then you get, of course, your award criteria, your qualifications for bidding. If we look at India, for example, they've taken away all the technical criteria for anyone bidding on marginal field opportunities. They want any companies coming in that are interested, and they'll work on it from there. There's a balance. If you're going to have players that have no E&P background, you need a service sector that they can work with to really execute these things. So it's not the right fit for everywhere. But I think there's a lot of levels of what you can think through around how to work with these smaller companies successfully, and how to make that really successful for bringing in these different kinds of investors.
Just at what Rachel did, basically, I just speak based on what experience, what we have done in Malaysia's waters. So just a quick answer is basically yes. So the marginal field, we are focusing on a small company to be developed, but we need to make sure that this small company have their own competency and capability. And then the simplification of the process, that their thinkings or their mindset is ready for the marginal field, and they need to have a certain experience in the E&P industry. So and then we can offer them. So what we did in Malaysia basically is I think it's most of the marginal field that we award is to the small company where they have a principal in the international players. So international players, so definitely they have a capacity, they have a good in terms of the engineering, they have a good in terms of the subsurface, but they are small, they are unique and small. So it means simple, and they can meet easily, and can meet and release the data, release the conclusion or the plannings. So this is why that we can shorten in terms of the concurrent or between the operator and the regulators. So that's the beauty of the small companies. So because they are a small group, they are fast, and then it's easy to talk with the regulators. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I go through the Slido questions, anyone on the floor want to have any question? Okay, another interesting questions here that Rachel, you talk about how the return of investment, the IRR, where the investors looking at the 15% is quite used to be an average, but what is the current average you're looking at? Like what's the normal acceptable? I know it's case by case, for example, shallow water is different, deep water is different, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. So for us as a company, we do long-term forecasts out to 2050 for oil and gas supply and demand and production. And in the past, until very recently, our long-term forecast, we were basing on that internal rate of return really needing to be a 10% figure for the projects to go ahead. But we've just doubled that. We've just revised that up to 20%. So really think 10% was kind of the minimum in the past, but with the oil price pressures and the multiple price collapses of the last few years, 15% was pretty common. Now we have 20% is what we see as that new threshold. And that comes from seeing that really being much more used in operation across a range of companies as they look out to some of the medium term and longer term demand questions that the energy transition brings around. That threshold, in our opinion, has gone up and it will stay elevated at that 20% level. Of course, varying case by case, but we would say that's really a much more practical assumption for where the industry is these days.
Okay.
Yeah, so the indicator of the IRR. So as a conventional, what the people on conventional doing thing is okay, but please be mind this is slightly beyond the conventional, the way that you are thinking. So the main risk of the marginal field is oil price. The way that the oil price can play their rules, so it means the higher oil price, and then this is take a more advantage for the marginal field can be alive in the market. So if the oil price, definitely if you are talking about, I don't know, maybe based on the Richard presentation, is talking about the $60 barrels. So below that margin or below that range. So, and then this is all the marginal field can quiet. So this is the time that we have a higher oil price in the year nowadays. So it's higher than, so this is why the right time that we need to promote more in terms of the marginal field, and then we can gain together with the operators. That's the way that I'm looking on this marginal field. We need to look another indicator instead of a conventional way of looking. So, thank you.
Thank you. The next question is actually about the process that Petronas has gone through. It's interesting that you mentioned, Encik Jamari, that you've done the fast track of the FDP to 4 months. So could you elaborate or talk briefly on that one?
Yeah, so the way that we award the operator is basically is a small operators, but they have a principle in the industries. So basically they have assembled is a right persons. So it means the competency is very high. So the competency is very high, and then the simplification, the process that we are imposed in the PSC basically. So during that the subsurface study. So about the maturation of the subsurface study, about the 50% or 60%, we are basically decide go for the tendering. So we need to start a tendering for the operation, it means drillings, and tendering for the facilities in the between of the subsurface studies. That's the way that we are doing things. So once the project deliver the FDP within 4 months. So and then the operation is ready. So it means the long lead item is ready. So it means the fabrication, the steel is ready to be fabricated. So that's the way of the mindset was thinking. We cannot wait until the FIDs, the project was sanctioned. We cannot wait. If you wait on the FID, this definitely the project will be longer. And then the simplification of the subsurface. So when this is why I just repeat again. This is beyond the conventional. So the way that the subsurface did is basically is we make also a simplification of the subsurface studies. the simplification, what actually can bring a value in our plate. So we have a plate, so which sites that can bring a value immediately once we develop the field. So we might not talking about the overall values of the field, but we prioritize which the value first come first, that we want to target. Maybe the 80% of the value of the fields, that's we move on. That's the way of the decision or the mindset that we need to impose in the projects. Thank you.
Continue a little bit, Jamari. Since assuming that you have the stranded or the marginal opportunities outside that in your area, how do you actually facilitate if you have to connect to the third-party facilities? Have you ever come across that experience?
Oh yeah, so basically in Malaysia we have MPM. MPM is a regulator on behalf of the government of Malaysia. So MPM is a Malaysian Petroleum Management on behalf of government of Malaysia, Minister of Finance there. So the way that the rules for the MPM basically is to steer, to enable, and to make sure that the project is integrated. So once we see that the evacuation through a third party or evacuation require a third party facilities or platform or help of a third party, that's the way MPM come in. So we can call both party, either the third party and then the marginal field can come in. So we are the moderators. We talk on behalf of the small field operator, and then we're going to talk about the conventional field operator. We are the moderator, and when we expedite the process, the way that we are doing things is basically connect all the point, the dot, in order for us to evacuate the molecules. That's the way our responsibilities. Thank you. We have arms definitely in the Petronas. Thank you.
Thank you. This question is for Mr. Sombat. How does the economics look like for your 40 years old field, the Sirikit, when adding these wells? And what sort of threshold does PTTEP have? Assume that's your economic threshold.
Okay, thank you. Of course, if you look at the number of well drill, right, to get the same production, we need a lot of well right now. Of course, it will be reduced a lot, right? So last day we talk about even we don't think about economic because we believe that we not call the marginal field for sure last day. But today, of course, the oil price impact a lot. If we talk about the threshold, we need at least 40,000 barrels per well to make it. But it depends on the cost of the well drilling, the facility. If we drill in the old structure, in the old closure, when we have the facility already, we may reduce a bit on the barrel per well, right? But if it far away from the existing structure, so it will be up for sure. So 40,000 barrel per well is just only plus minus number to get, I don't know, IRR maybe a little. All right.
Okay, thanks. And then since we mentioned about a lot of wells drilled, how does PTTEP reduce the cost, the drilling costs? For example, if you want to run a very cheap well.
Yeah, I showed just now, we talk about 5-year plan. So to drill the next 5-year well, we need to plan today. And we need to look at we call the field development plan. We need to understand what we will end up with, right? So we can plan ahead, 5 years ahead, for we call FDP. And then in 3 years ahead, we talk about FID. 2 or 3 years ahead, we talk about FID. So before we make final decision, we need to understand the full field development already. And then before we drill the well, we talk about a month. That is a well proposal to drill the well, right? I think the way to make it economic, we need to have very long-term plan, preparation, all the equipment, steel, whatever. We need to know in advance. So at the day when we drill, we have everything ready already, right? And when we drill the well, we need to monitor closely, right? We need to make decision quick. For example, in case we have the drill pipe stop, for example, So at that time, we need to make decision quick in order to, we don't want the NPT, right? So everything need to be quick and closely monitored. And after we drill, after we operate the well, we need to come up with we call post well evaluation in view of the operation, in view of subsurface, in view of the performance of the well as well. So all together, that will be the way to make the cost reduce.
And you're talking about the well cost of how much is it? If you don't mind.
Now if only the cost itself, we talk about 1 million plus minus, depend on how deep of the well, exclude the other facility. Yep.
Thank you. We haven't forgotten you, Mr. Chepi. We have question here. For the ultra minimalist concept that you have, do you have a minimum volume criteria for the million BOE? What's your minimum volume?
Yes, but again, that's depend on the price, because gas price also impacted by oil price. But at the minimum, when we FID the project, the sanctions, so we will a little bit safe if we put kind of between 25 to 30 BCF reserve that we can reach from that minimized platform. So that's a magnitude of safe side the minimum reserve for the minimized platform in that situation. But it will depend on the development scenario and price, etc. You cannot take for granted the threshold.
Okay, thank you. Just to touch on that one, Encik Jamari, what is your minimum? What is your, what do you call that? Your marginal definition in terms of volume for your fields?
Or the small P that we are talking about is in Petronas is quite low in terms of in place. It's within 40 millions to 200 millions in place. In place. And gas is talking about less than 200 BCF. There's a margin. There's a range. There's a range we are talking about.
Is there any more questions from the floor?
I mean, it's good talking about all the technical questions, but just to represent some of the service providers here. This is more into the national company representative here. In terms of representation from the local kind of like service providers, how much have they kind of like play a part in your respective countries drive towards developing marginal field? Firstly. Second, do you have any special kind of like arrangement with regards to increasing the local content within your respective countries? So I open it to all three of you.
Yeah, definitely. That's a good question. Thank you. So in Petronas, the way that we looking at the marginal field, definitely we are looking on, we have our own dedicated arm in Petronas. So we have one company subsidiaries in Petronas looking after a marginal field and development field of a marginal field. So that's subsidiaries is doing well. So whichever they have a marginal field, they go to that arm first. Okay. So if you're talking about the nationalization or local vendor, local vendor, so far basically in Petronas, what we practice is same like a conventional. So either they are conventional or they are marginal field, definitely they have a percentage of the local vendor need to be in to participate in the certain project. And then we have incentive. So if they are using a certain percentage of the local vendor, so definitely. But the only thing is we need to make sure that the local vendor have their rights, capacity and competency in terms of technologies. Okay.
If talk about the MYCE field, onshore Sirikit oil field, right? Now we implement the EOR project since 2017. But the thing is, it haven't fulfilled, I mean, the whole area yet. So if you have any special EOR technique or tool or whatever that to make the cost reduce, that will be interesting for us as well to be discussed. Yep. So you understand EOR, right? Not really, not really. All right.
Any view or comment, Mr. Chepi?
Oh, sorry, about local content. Yeah. So in Indonesia, actually, there is regulations, quite rich regulation from the regulator, SKK Migas, for local content. So there is kind of regulations, but to attract the development of marginal field, there is another way to discuss with them is asking for incentive. So the local content is fixed. Maybe there is regulations, but we can. There is a way to like kind of consortium or joint with the local company, and we can ask also for incentive.
Okay, thank you. I think a quick summary before we end this session. So we heard from these 4 presentations this morning that each marginal field is a unique on its own. So it has its own challenges and also its own solution, how these projects has been pushed to an acceptable investment level. So we also heard from the presentation how technology helps a lot in terms of identifying, like, for example, previously drilled but not been looked at, gas shallow development shared by Mr. Chepi. Another brownfield, Sirikit, for example, a 40-year-old, which has been gone through a series of primary to secondary recovery, and at the end they go through the IOR and the EOR in order to sustain and prolong their production. We also covered how the marginal fields were handled by reviewing fiscals and also the importance of the win-win situation in partnership. So with that, I would like to thank my guest speakers today for your very informative presentations. And yeah, to all, Assalamualaikum and thank you.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the engaging session from all panelists and hosts. In gratitude of today's expert speakers and hosts, we would like to invite Yang Mulia Haji Azhar bin Haji Yahya, Permanent Secretary, Department of Energy at the Prime Minister's Office, and Interim Managing Director of Petroleum Authority of Brunei Darussalam, to present the token of appreciation. Please to invite Rachel Calvert. Encik Jamari bin Ansha. And lastly, Mr. Sombat Bongkot Olarn. Thank you, Yang Mulia Haji Azhar bin Haji Yahya. Alhamdulillah, that concludes our first seminar session. We will have a 10 minutes break and we'll commence our second session at 9:50 a.m. Thank you.
Cek cek satu. Cek 1 2 tes. Ya. Cek. Ada je tu.
Distinguished guests and esteemed attendees, we would like to remind that the second session will start shortly. Distinguished guests and esteemed attendees, we would like to remind that the second session will start in a few minutes' time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We are now about to start our second session of energy seminar. To the speakers, when you hear the bell sound, kindly please be informed that you have 5 minutes remaining for your presentation. If you hear continuous bell sound, it indicates your time is up. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for the second session is on asset integrity. We would like to call upon our host, Yang Mulia, Haji Muhammad Zainul Bahrin bin Haji Muhammad Jaafar, Project Delivery Lead of Petroleum Authority of Brunei Darussalam. The floor is yours.
Yep. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Haji Zainal. I'll be your host for this session. It's good that we have a refresh interested parties, different from seminar 1 just now on marginal fields. The session 2 will be focusing more on asset integrity, and we have a wealth of experienced speakers that we have for you today, or presenters, if I will. We have brought together at close to 100 years of experience from various organizations within Brunei Shell, BLNG, as well as the regulator side. So our speakers will share insights and valuable, informative and sharing with regards to asset integrity and managing assets within the industry. At the same time, to share as well the current challenges that we are facing within the subject of asset integrity. So without further ado, I'll just go through a little bit of sequence in terms of presenters, and at the same time going through the agenda as well. We'll start off with Yang Mulia Haji Muhammad Idris from BSP, that will cover the topic of asset integrity management. Then secondly, Mr. Narayanan from BLNG, who is the asset manager, that will cover the topic of managing portfolio, managing asset performance through the life cycle. And then we'll end the session with Tuan Him Bujang, on behalf of the regulatory, who will be covering the asset management through the regulatory's perspective. So a little bit of housekeeping before we begin. We'll have the presenters present their topic. Then we'll finish off after the third presenter. Then we'll have a Q&A. There is a Slido that we'll be sharing as well, but then I would prefer that I'll have more interaction and much more engagement. So I'll get the audience, if you will, to get provide us the questions or to the presenters. Yeah. So before we start, can I invite the presenters to the front and put you on the spotlight, and we have seats for you ready here. Yang Mulia Tuan Haji Idris, Mr. Narayanan, and Tuan Him. So may I start the session and invite first to the floor Yang Mulia Haji Idris. Yang Mulia Haji Idris is a professional manager in the upstream industry with 32 years of experience in Shell, having been involved in many large multiple projects and gained experience and skills across the whole upstream value chain from various assignments within the company. He is also now the accountable for the Brunei Shell Company Asset DNR program. Yang Mulia Haji Idris, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tuan Haji. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Talking about asset integrity is a big subject. It's unfair maybe, to talk within 10 to 12 minutes. So no excuse. What I'm going to share with you is some of the key things that are important in asset integrity management. Especially, I'm going to share with you some of the experience and challenges in Shell and also BSP. And my colleague here, Mr. Narayan, also a very expert in some of the element in the asset management system. As you know, Brunei have 90 years of oil and gas industry, and we have a lot of asset. When we talk about asset here, we talk about oil and gas asset that include wells, facilities, pipelines, equipment, plant, and perhaps some of them are people. So these are the topics that I'm going to touch on, giving some of the background of why we need a good asset integrity management, what are the challenges at the moment, and where the industry can actually help. And some of them are actually linked to the work that I'm doing now, which is the decommissioning and restoration program. So I'm gonna introduce you what asset integrity in the lens of oil and gas or hydrocarbon and petrochemical kind of business or industry. Then I will touch base on what we are doing, what were challenges in the in BSP, how do we go about it, and why and how the roadmap that we come into asset management program. So why is it important? Previous session was marginal field. Once you got that development, we got facilities or asset that need to be operated, not to be maintained. And through number of years, we have lots of very, very significant incidents that happened in our industry. One of them, on the top left there was a Texas City refinery explosion. Yeah, where during startup, after the major turnaround maintenance, we have overflow of at the vent stack. Unfortunately, there was a truck running in the plant, and there was lots of cabin for the crew in the vicinities, and the truck ignited the flammable incident, and that incident caused 15 lives. On the left, top left, Boonsfield in UK. Again, there was a tank overflow, vapor cloud was ignited, and the whole terminal was destroyed. On the top right, platform, submersible platform in the Gulf of Mexico. After hurricane, the design was poor, and one of the flood line buoyancy got flooded, and it sank. And in the recent years, Mokonda well, you probably remember Deepwater Horizon that have caused enormous environmental damage because of the well integrity issue. Yeah, so this is, and now of course, Piper Alpha in UK. This is just about just after my graduation, and it happened because operation forgot to put the relief bar back. So it just reminded us, how important asset integrity management is, if we want to avoid this sort of incident. Yeah. So this have been a learning to the industry. How do we actually become better on this? So in terms of asset management in Shell, in BSP, we kind of categorized into three major aspects. One is the design integrity. What it means is that, before you actually design, marginal field or major development, we need to think what are the element in design so that the risk that we identified can be designed as low as possible, as practically possible. And we need to put, system in place, governance in place, the QA, QC, such that the risks are being managed. In the technical integrity, we're talking about here is how do we actually maintain the equipment, the pipeline, the wells in such a way that they are not being deteriorated under operation. Simple as making sure that the thickness of the pipeline are being maintained, the painting on the pipeline are being maintained, and the protection, catalytic protection in the pipeline, or the structures are maintained. And the operating integrity is the part where the operation envelopes will not be compromised. We cannot operate beyond the operating envelopes that have been set up, and that will compromise the integrity. Of course, the whole thing have been supported by people, system, and maybe the regulatory boundary that we need to be working on. So these are very important aspects in order to maintain the integrity. People, competency, system are very important to understand these three elements of integrity. In the concept of bow tie, where on the left side, we can identify hazard. In the middle is where the top event, for instance, explosion, you saw just now, and the threat that that can happen, for instance, overpressure, loss of containment, and so on and so forth. And on the right side is the consequence if we have no barrier or control in order to limit fatality, injury, loss of asset. In the middle there, you see control barrier. I just mentioned about the design element example. You put a control of the right spec, the right standard, the right people to do it, the right QA/QC in order to maintain the design integrity. Similarly, in operation, you need to have that operating envelope such that we operators would not over operating the plant in terms of integrity, technical integrity, to make sure that we are not leaving the facilities, pipeline to the minimum thickness of the pipeline. On the right hand side, the recovery systems to make sure that we have barrier in place to recover if such thing have happened, to minimize the consequence. For instance, as simple as alarm, as simple as what do you call it, extinguisher, sprinkler, and relief valve, and the recovery of, for instance, the emergency response group team. So again, another kind of chart what we're talking about here is to make sure that we design and build the barrier accordance to the standard, and we have a system to check it. We make sure that we have a system in place to make sure that we maintain the facilities, the system, such that it can be operated as intended. And in operation, as I said, not going beyond the operating envelope. In BSP, we have our own kind of disaster. Two of them I can kind of share with you. In fact, on the left side, I was the duty manager at that time. What happened in Ampere 9, there was maintenance ongoing, and there was overflow of condensate, and people above have some grinding work, and it ignited the condensate on the sea. On the right hand side, we have a leak of risers. Again, technical integrity problem, and we have a release of hydrocarbon of gas. So, in terms of journey, we have incident asset. We were underperformance, and we had a very bad, maintenance program prior because of lack of investment. Now we realize it. We need to do something about it. We have a roadmap. We are recovering to it, and we have now an asset management system that help us on identifying key factors in order for us to be good in this asset management. So we are focusing on asset integrity because it's so important for our delivery of production. As I said, key areas, 4 areas, wells. As I said, there are 1,400 wells in BSP. We need to get it right. We need to do all this, check pipelines, catalytic protection. We need to make sure that they are not operated beyond the life. We are doing a lot of intelligent pigging, non-destructive testing. We have annual integrity assessment to make sure that we understand the risk on facilities, fabric maintenance, painting, inspection, and ESD testing. Offshore structure, we do our inspection the water and above water using remote operated vehicle, which is a small submarine that can help us to identify any defect. This is just schematic, spread of facilities that we have offshore, 200 over platform, lots of pipeline spaghetti, and it's a huge undertaking. You see a picture there, ROB in operation, doing visual inspection and a vessel supporting it. This is technology that we are using, intelligent pigging to measure the thickness of the pipeline. 1,000 over pipelines. Some are operations, some are shut in, i.e. they are still ready to be used, and that has to be maintained. And we are doing this in a risk basis, in terms of inspection. We're doing close visual, but also general visual to make sure that we are on top of that. This is the sort of corrosion in corrosive environment that you will find if you are not maintaining your plant or facilities. So we are in a mode of sustain now. We have recovered the fabric maintenance program, and we are in the mode of how to sustain that in future. So post-production integrity is important, and we have to be obviously, according to our safety case, but also the regulatory body, which is the control of major accident hazard regulation that we need to be comply with, ensuring that this facility is also safe for our DNR program, because even before we do anything on that platform, we need to make sure that it is safe to access, and the wells are accessed to be PN8. And for those facilities that are no longer used or no longer economic to be operated, we will DNR it such that we can reduce the OPEX. Yeah. Challenges: aging asset, mature production, and the good thing is that we have a lot of local companies that are helping us now. I'm not going to read that, but they are helping us in ensuring that we've got the technical integrity done, and also the design part. We have a lot of local consultants that are helping us. Technology is very very important. I mentioned some of the RBI inspection, and some of the technology we use, paperless inspection. We don't use to, manual anymore, straight away going to the computer and at the office. So in summary, doing this, we know that our assets are safe. We know where we need to be focusing on, and we can operate the plant safely. Thank you.
Our next presenter will be from Bilinji. Mr. Narayanan has over 30 years of international cross-business experience, covering refinings, chemicals, and LNG, and in asset management, projects and operations, and a huge amount of experience within the process safety management. So before coming to Brunei this year, he spent 8 years in Singapore, leading the asset integrity and reliability improvement program of 2 Shell sites in both in Jurong and in Bukom. Welcome, Mr. Narayanan, to Brunei, and the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you for the introductions, and thank you, Mr. Idris, for actually setting the stage very well. I think in terms of the overall asset integrity, I think the last one where he shared, we know the assets. Yeah. What I really wanted to focus on today is beyond asset integrity in terms of how do we actually ensure that we operate our assets, and we operate our assets to make it safe. We all measure in an operating asset, we measure our performance. We measure the asset performance in the lens of 3 major things. One is personal safety, 2 is process safety, and reliability. Because these 3 are inseparable when it comes to asset performance. A reliable site or a reliable asset is a safe asset, and a safe site or a safe asset is a reliable asset. The way we measure the performance, or the way we monitor the performance, is through metrics, the key performance indicators, and these are through the various pyramids. What I'm going to touch upon is the significance of these pyramids and why do we do it, for the reasons why we measure this. Yeah, so when it comes to safety, personal safety or process safety, goal 0 remains the vision, goal 0 remains the aim, and that's the purpose. The purpose of our asset is goal 0. Goal 0, 0 harm to people and 0 leaks to environment. When it comes to reliability, it's again a goal 0, but 0 downtime. But how do we ensure that? So bottom of the pyramid is what we call them as the operating discipline. When it comes to process safety, yeah, so when you say, I want to be goal 0, 0 leaks, how do you ensure you don't have leaks? First thing is you need to operate the asset well. Is it sufficient if I operate the asset well? I need to have good steel. I need to have good hardware. That means you need to maintain the steel well. Is it sufficient if I maintain and operate? But I need to know the condition. That's where I inspect. So I need to inspect the steel, I need to inspect the hardware well. That's what the 3 things would at the bottom of the pyramid would tell you, are you doing it right? But at the same time, I think Mr. Idris pointed out 4 or even 5 major incidents. These are disasters. Yeah. So if you look into each one of those disasters, the common thing behind all of them is a change. Yeah. So the temporary changes, the changes what we do at the asset actually bring in that element of uncertainty and process safety or even a person safety risk. So that means we need to minimize and avoid the changes as much as possible. That's the reason we measure 4 metrics. How do you operate? How do you maintain? How do you inspect? And how many changes are you making? That that tells you the basics of your operating performance. Same is the case with the person safety. So person safety is, are you doing your compliance? Are you checking that the system is actually the work, what is happening is in place? What is your leadership presence? How do you go to the site and talk to the people? How do you ensure that you go and then check what all the work, what is happening is actually happening in the right way? That's where your the job as an analyst, assessments, method statements, all these things need to be validated. And in the reliability space, yeah, so it's all about alarm management, the threat management, good living programs for your maintenance, and finally the effectiveness of maintenance, inspections, all of that. This predominantly becomes the backbone of your entire asset when it comes to the asset performance. If this is not done well, if your basics are not good, then it escalates to the next tier. In the process safety space, it creates exceedances your operating windows. It could actually become a lot of overdues because you're not maintaining it at the right time. So that it can also result in the pressure envelopes exceeding. That's where your relief valves would lift. And finally, there would also be very minor leaks. That's what we term them as LOPC, loss of pressure containment. In the personal safety space, it could result in small incidents. You would see a lot of near misses, a lot of violations, yeah, life-saving rule violations and other things. And in the reliability space, you could actually have more maintenance demand, which are actually determined through bad actors. You could, again, the same leaks. And then your failure rate of your equipment or your hardware is beyond the original design promise of mean time between failure. So this tells you, yeah, it is all these measures tell you that the basics at the bottom of the pyramid are not appropriately governed. And then in case the tier 2 is also not, these are not controlled, and if these are not maintained at the right time, they escalate to incidents. It could be a process safety incident, it could be a personal safety incident, and it could be a reliability incident. But again, incidents of smaller magnitude. And if these incidents, even if they are not appropriately and at the right time, if they are not managed, they escalate to events of consequence. That's what we tell them. We treat them as process safety incidents of API tier 1, API tier 2s. It could be even injuries, recordables, yeah, last time injuries, recordables, and when it comes to reliability, it could be a big hit. That means it has caused significant disruption. And all of this result in the business impact. The impact to the business could be in terms of your availability of your asset when it comes to reliability. It could be fatalities when it comes to personal safety, or it could also be process safety incidents. All the big process safety incidents have created havoc in terms of reputation, asset damage, environment damage. So this is the business impact to for any asset. So the bottom two are the leading indicators. The leading indicators are actually the proactive measures. But most of the sites, we are always happy. We are always looking at the top. We always look at the top of the pyramid to look at and monitor our asset performance, but that is not sustainable. So your leading indicators are the proactive measures, because they actually tell the operating discipline, not from an asset or hardware point of view, also from a people, competence, and capability point of view. The lagging indicators, which are the top of the pyramid, are the reactive measures, because they are actually the outcomes. You are only measuring the outcomes. I'll just take a minute in terms of it doesn't reflect any particular asset. It's just an example of yeah. So when you see a process safety pyramid like this, it's fantastic at the top. The top three are all very green, bottom are red. Yeah. So it does tell me that today my operating performance is good, because I don't have any process safety incident. I don't have a reliability incident, but these are not sustainable. You can see at bottom of the pyramid, when you have a process safety, the personal safety or the HSE pyramid will invariably be red at the bottom. And so is the case with the reliability. It will be again invariably red at the bottom. So these are all nested pyramids. That's the aim of a reliability program, asset integrity program, is basically to collapse these nested pyramids to the high reliability organization. Yeah, so the cost, which is an outcome of all these things, is that there is also a cost pyramid, which definitely tells you that the cost of doing all these things are significant when the bottom of the pyramid is red. But having said this, so if this is how you measure that, but how do you ensure that? And this is where I want to come back to this life cycle based asset care program. That's what we call it as an equipment life cycle based effective asset care. The first thing is, what do people do when they come in the morning? What do your operator do? What does your engineers do? What do people do? When you go to site, if you're in a shift, you go to site at 6 o'clock. If you're in general shift, you go at 7. So what do you do till you come back? What is your job? That's what is dictated in your LSWs. Yeah, that's what we call them as leader standard work. The first thing is all about situational awareness. When you're in operations, when you are a technician or process operator or even a shift team leader, the first thing is all about situational awareness. This is what we call it as sensory maintenance. Sensory maintenance is like a doctor or a nurse going to a ICU, just looking at all the parameters in the previous shift, just looking at very high level, the ECGs and other things, looking at the reports, and then see that, is there anything which I need to be worried about in the next 12 hours? Then where your engineers come in, your technologists, your discipline engineers, your mechanical engineers, civil engineers, they all come, they look into it. They need to do, the first thing they do is a proactive technical monitoring. The intent is basically to stabilize the operations if there are any parameters which are deviating from the intent, or first thing is also to find small and fix small. End of the day, the intent is all about minimizing abnormal situations so that you can actually, the rest of the day goes back. The next step of that is your maintenance. Your maintenance. What do you know? What is your maintenance for your day? It could be a lot. Thing is, if you're so ideal, it will only be preventive maintenance or planned maintenance. That doesn't happen in a good day. It's always a corrective maintenance. So the maintenance programs are derived through risk-based programs, RBIs, RCM, risk-based inspection, reliability-centered maintenance, another thing, because in asset, particularly in downstream asset, we run unmaintained. We don't do run or maintain. So that means 40 to 50% of the equipment are designed to be maintained on stream. So all those things have to be, the maintenance program, maintenance plans, maintenance tasks have to be derived through a good risk-based program. So this is all about the bottom of the pyramid, what we saw is actually determined by the top half of this. And then the maintenance which you do a turnarounds. We do take units for turnarounds once in 5 years, 4 years, or 6 years, depending on size of the event. Then what we do is, what you have a lot of understanding from the top, yeah, the exceedances, any deviations, plus PMs which have not been done, becomes your turnaround scope. And scoping is important, and you take the turnaround as a reliability event, and then complete that. The KPI of a turnaround is not a cost and schedule. It is always a 5-year run length or a 6-year run length. Incident-free, LOPC-free, 6-year run length or 5-year run length. And once you have done 2 turnarounds, you get a good understanding of your asset. That's where your obsolescence, your end of life, integrity status of that becomes available. And then you have a program which we call them as asset master plan, and that's where your business plan. How do you know how much money you want to spend as an OPEX? How do you determine a CAPEX for a site? Is it 100 million? Is it 500 million? How do you know? So these are all the things which you actually put it into your business plan based on the health of your asset, and then revive it. So this cycle ensures that you are not just focusing only on the reinvestment, but also focusing on your basics and then effectiveness. And then coming back to asset integrity, which is the theme of the day today, the one basic, when I say asset integrity, is all equipment integrity. Equipment integrity is static, the piping, the pipelines, tanks, which is all in your pressure envelope. So the big thing is a typical site, 50 to 60, and some of the very old assets we have seen in Shell, 85% of your leaks or LOPCs occur because of this. And one big portion of that is actually the off plots, because you have very good risk-based programs for your process units, your plants or LNG trains and other thing, but there aren't very good risk-based programs for rock plants or terminals and jetties, and that's where you need to actually utilities, and because they don't go through a typical turnarounds and other thing, that's where you need to be spending a lot of time. And then in today's world, corrosion under insulation is actually one of the big things where we spend hell a lot of time and energy and money in terms of mitigating them more proactively before they actually become a disaster. Yeah, finally, what are the reasons for the performance, poor performance? First and foremost is basics. The structure, the leader standard work, the asset management system, what Mr. Idris said, it's not just one process. How all the 17 work processes in your site actually talk to each other, work with each other, interact with each other, actually support each other, determines the way your asset actually can perform well. And lack of recognition for all these things, the bad actor program, threat management program, leak management program, asset management programs. I think that those programs are very important for ensuring that you have a very good sustainable thing. And then finally, it's a lack of structure and focus. But is it sufficient that I spend our time on hardware? No. The hardware, yes, it does give a thing, but then the last thing, second thing is also processes, systems and procedures. And most importantly is the people. You can have a program, you can have anything coming back, and you can revive the assets, you can bring a lot of systems, the AMS, everything. But if you do not have competent, and if you don't take time to develop a competent and capable workforce, no asset can actually have a sustainable asset performance. So you have to have a holistic approach in terms of improving asset performance. On many sites, the margin left on table when it comes to value, money, we have seen it can range anywhere from $1 billion to $100 million. That's the amount of money which we are actually leaving it on table because of poor asset performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Narayan. Just again, a gentle reminder, please reserve your questions towards once we completed the last presenter, and you can also use the Slido, the QR code that's just behind the chairs, I think. So lastly, to conclude the session in terms of presentation wise, we have Yang Mulia Him Bujang from the Petroleum Authority. Yang Mulia Him has over 40 years of experience in the world of operations, maintenance, technical safety, and commissioning and project management in the oil and gas industry. In his previous post, he held the position of Brunei Shell Refinery Manager up until 2020, before joining Petroleum Authority, managing the refinery business side as well as supplying fuels to the country. Without further ado, Tuan Him, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang Mulia Pengiran Haji Yamra Wira, our Deputy Permanent Secretary, Department of Energy, Prime Minister Office, our fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum and very good morning. Today, I will talk about asset management on the regulatory perspective. So, yeah, been working with in oil and gas industry for many years. I've seen a lot of equipment or big equipment in the oil industry, especially in Brunei. As you know that in Brunei, oil and gas industry is already been for 90 over years. And as well that all the pipelines in offshore, yeah, there's a lot of that been in operation. Some are been decommissioning. It's quite surprised that I see it when we monitor the pipelines in offshore. One of the offshore pipelines was being commissioned in 1965. Until today, is still in operation. Yeah. Why is that? That's got to do with how they maintain it. Yeah, how they monitor it. It's very important. That's happened in Brunei. Yeah. And likewise, learning from any incident, process safety management, most of the important part, how all the operators manage the asset integrity. Yeah, learning from it, we have to learn from it, and then how we manage it. That's most important. So the contents that I'm going to talk about, would like to share that with you all is first thing, the introduction of Petroleum Authority. And secondly, I will focus on asset management because the topic today is asset integrity. Yeah, I will focus more on that. And of course, that the rest is the document regulation that we produce to the operators related to asset integrity management. Yeah. And the last part that what we need to do, and vice versa as well, what is the operator need to do to support the regulation. Yeah. Petroleum Authority of Brunei Darussalam order, it was enforced in 31st December 2019. The order is actually to provide a statutory body acting as the technical arm to the Department of Energy under Prime Minister Office to undertake regulatory monitoring and supervision of the upstream, midstream, and downstream operation. And in addition as well, it's also covered under pipelines, that is Petroleum Pipeline Act, and that is already established since 1984. And Petroleum Authority shall also coordinate the development of the petroleum sector towards long-term energy security and ensure prudent and sustainable exploitation and development of national oil, gas resources according to strategic direction set by the ministry. So on our part is that we are the technical arm to the Department of Energy, and of course that we also monitor all the facility oil and gas industry in the whole Brunei, yeah, related to asset integrity management. So let's focus on, or let's talk about asset management. As you know that in Brunei, we have upstream, midstream, and downstream. And currently we are monitoring out of 7 that we have 6 operators in Brunei that we are monitoring relates to asset management. Yeah. And most important, the most important is to ensure that a petroleum operation in Negara Brunei Darussalam that their facility, including pipelines, operate with reliability and according with best industrial practice. So best industrial practice is not just limited in Brunei, it could be the international best practice that could apply to facility in Brunei Darussalam. Yeah. On our unit is we are involved in talking about looking at a review and monitor asset integrity status for operators downstream and including upstream pipelines. Yeah, that's our role in Petroleum Authority. And with that, let me share that with you our asset integrity management roadmap. Yeah. By March 2021, Brunei Oil and Gas Exploration and Production Volume 10 Facility Management Guideline to upstream that was issued to upstream, especially for PSP operation. And last year, December, we issue an asset integrity management directive to all petroleum operators in upstream, midstream, and downstream. And last January, we draft a pipeline regulation. It's still ongoing now. Yeah, we're going probably that we're going to issue the final draft will be planned by this year, and hopefully that inshallah by next year that we're going to issue that to all operators in Brunei. And June this year, we're also going to issue downstream facility management guideline to all operators. Currently, it's almost final that we're going to issue soon within this year as well. Yeah, and we have a few number of engagement as well to operators to get some feedback in such that before we issue final downstream facility management guideline. Yeah. So let's deep dive, talk about the Asset Integrity Management Directive. So Asset Integrity Management Directive is focused on the life cycle of the facility that is on talking about the operation phase. Yeah. So that's way that we are looking at the status of the asset integrity at any facility in Brunei, how they manage it and how they monitor it. Yeah. So based on that, so far that we received a monthly report from all the operators, upstream, midstream, and downstream. Yeah. So far that 6 operators will respond to our that required that report, except that we still waiting for another operators. That is, I think, BFI. Yeah, that will be soon, so within this year. Okay, what is all that about the Asset Integrity Directive? Yeah, this is the content of that Asset Integrity Management Directive. First of all, that is to complete is 95% of annual inspection, operation and maintenance program. So what does it mean for annual plan that you already that you have planned for this year? For example, all the preventive maintenance and corrective maintenance of equipment that you have planned this year, that you have to complete it by 95% of that based on that plan. That's what it means. And secondly, that any safety critical equipment and production critical equipment deviation that required need attention and need to close as soon as possible within that based on the annual plan. Yeah. And thirdly, that reporting of asset integrity status is very important, that to share that with Petroleum Authority, and it is very important that all the operators taking care of their asset integrity. Yeah, because we, like the first presenter mentioned about, we try to avoid or to prevent any process safety incident. Yeah, and it is very important that all the operators have to manage their asset in such that it is very beneficial for any operators that they can increase the production with the reliability and availability of their asset. It is very important. The next one is that just talk a little bit about the upstream facility management guideline. This was already issued early last year. Yeah. And this is already been ongoing on, but so far there is a very good report support from upstream operators regards to asset integrity management. So what we need to do that with this directive and the guidelines that we produce or we issue to the operators, we have the collaboration between regulators with other government agency as well for to have some visit as well to facilities and to discuss and have the conversation with operators. Yeah, and definitely that occurs all the report that we receive, we review it, we monitor it, And we also check the asset integrity program, what the operator had produced, and from there onward that we can have the discussion with the operators. The idea is to ensure that all the facility, the asset integrity, what they have is well taken care of. Yeah, it's very important. And what we don't want is what like BSP said is our asset are set and we know it. Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah, it's very important slogan for any operators. So any good best practice from other industries that we would like to share as well with any downstream facility in such that we have to have the collaboration to work together as a team, and we maintain asset integrity management in Brunei Darussalam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tuan Him. We have come to the Q&A session, so I will open the floor before I refer to the Slido. If there's any questions that we would like to ask the speakers here. So show of hands of those who have any questions. No? Yes, I have one from Slido here. I think this is a very general question. How do you, I think question for both BLNG and Brunei Shell, how do you strike a balance between deciding to spend on process safety or asset maintenance versus cost optimization and savings? So I'll probably start with BSP, I think.
Thank you very much. That's a very difficult question. At the end of the day, is about protecting life, protecting asset. And the balance of anything, whether to save facilities or asset, have to be driven by the risk that you're having. So the risk that you try to mitigate, analyze, weighing the operating cost that you want to spend. It is very, very indeed real problem. As you can see, the footprint of BSP asset is enormous. Pipelines and facilities, and we are doing a lot of work in terms of analyzing top 50 critical asset, such that these need to be in a state that we can operate safely, and the focus of, for instance, rejuvenating of those assets, money are going to be spent on that. So it is a balance of where you want to spend the money, where it matters most, but at the end of the day is saving life, protecting the integrity, the asset integrity, such that we can operate safely.
Okay, thank you. There is a question for Mr. Narayanan. Do you consider BLNG as an old and aging asset? Do you need an additional asset integrity management strategy to manage this old aging asset?
Yeah. Can I also answer the previous question? Because I think that's a very pertinent and valid one. So the way we spend money is through benchmarks. Yeah. So whether it's a maintenance program or capital programs or turnarounds, these are determined through benchmarks. At the end of the day, you have to, when you are in business, you have to remain competitive. That's there. And the way we benchmark is through dollar per EDC. EDC is the equivalent to distillation capacity. So the cost of maintenance is on, be it on maintenance or non-maintenance, then the CapEx for all your asset integrity programs, turnarounds is determined through something called CPTQ, which is your credible path to top quartile, and then again determined through dollar per EDC. So a lot of benchmarks are available. Townsend does it for I think Solomon benchmarks and all of that. So end of the day, the total costs you are spending on all these programs, be it maintenance, capital programs, turnarounds, all of that, you validate and then divide that, it will come to some dollar per EDC. That will tell you whether you're in the fourth quartile or third quartile or second quartile or the top quartile. But then the money left on table is actually the money which you are losing because of poor integrity, poor reliability. So the way we justify is, let's say you are an asset at the fourth quartile, you still want to be at the second quartile some point in time. But then the way we justify that is because the margin left on table or the money left on table is so much dollar per EDC. So in 3 to 5 years, when I'm spending this, I'm actually getting back a return which is significantly higher than any new project. That's one thing. And that's in order to remain competitive, in order to remain in the business, you need to get back the asset integrity and reliability, because that's a base, and then you can't do that without that. That's how we justify it over a period of time. And then we say let's say I'm at the fourth quartile, I'll take 3 years or 5 years to get it to second quartile. And then there has not been a great site anywhere in the world, whether be shell or non-shell. We have done a lot of benchmarks, which has actually been top quartile in terms of cost, but at the same time also been the best in class when it comes to asset integrity reliability. So most of the operators, we benchmark us to a first to second quartile sort of an integrity, and that's where we actually have this program. So there will always be a program where you need to be incremental in cost some point in time, but then you need to get back to that, the long-term spend limit, which is determined. Yeah. That's how it is done. And why I wanted to answer this is BLNG is exactly in the same state. So we don't think it's a aging asset. A downstream asset, the one which I ran before this was 125 years. Compared to that, it's a very young asset. So assets downstream, onshore, there's nothing called aging. That's where these life cycle programs are important. Managing the asset in a life cycle, reviving it, restoring it, maintaining it properly. Actually, you can always make it as new as original. The only thing you probably will be a little bit, I would say, handicapped is because from a technology point of view, because your assets are old, and then technology, the way your operating assets also would be determined in the way it was originally designed and put. Otherwise, from an asset integrity and process safety or even reliability point of view, I think asset as old as 50 years or as old as BLNG can be operated and will be operated same as an asset which is as new as yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. Narayanan. There is a question for Tuan Haji Idris. How do you measure the effectiveness of the asset integrity roadmap since implementation in 2014?
Again, in the AMS, there's a system of measuring the program. There are, I think, nine elements in it that you measure the effectiveness on the implementation, and that been tracked every month for BSP, and any gap were actioned. And that's include, the training, the competency, the program, the budget, and what have you. So that we have a KPI in place to measure the effectiveness of the asset integrity.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question. I think it's for all three panelists. What are some of the people, I think we've covered it in your presentations, but I think the audience would like to more in depth, I think. What are some of the people and organizational challenges related to asset integrity? How do you overcome them? So maybe I'll start with, I think, Miss Tuan Him.
Yeah, like what I presented just now regards to asset integrity management. So far that all the operators in Brunei comply to all the standard and comply to the best practice they apply to, actually, even though it's aging asset. They manage it in such that it's quite professional, in such that they learn, they get it all the good example of best practice from others in the world. Yeah, it's not just limited in Brunei. And which is the directive as well is, as a technical arm of under Department of Energy, in such that all the operators in Brunei are quite, proactive, looking at it, and as well try to maintain the asset integrity. It's most important that the operators are really managing the asset as according to the standard. Yeah, and in addition as well that so far that we receive all the reports, and as per the directive is currently, even though half of this year is some of the operator, even a very big facility, they almost 60%, and some of downstream they are even achieved 95% year to date. That is, I should applaud the other operators in Brunei regards to the compliance of taking care of asset integrity management. Thank you.
Just like to probably add on that, it's not just the operator, people's competency we're talking about here. Indeed, there are challenges in terms of, we call it a crew change kind of effect, where the not so young people are leaving the asset, and the younger generation coming in. That need to be planned and developed in such that they are in competent state to operate. But also I would like to add, it's not just the operator competency or people competence in operatorship, but also the supporting contractors, business partners that need to have the kind of competency on doing their bids, their services, and that's very important. I think we need to recognize that they play a very vital role to to make this as a success. Without them, there is a kind of a gap on that. So the training, the academic kind of element that need to be thought through in order to support this. This is not just coming from school academic, but we need to actually tailor in such a way that they are ready for going into this industry.
Yeah, I think competency, capability, I think they both spoke. Definitely, this is one of the big enablers. I wouldn't call it as a challenge, but more an enabler or an opportunity. But more than that, I think the way the oil industry is actually going, because with the likes of Facebooks and Googles and all sorts of things coming up, attracting talent, because you need a talent which actually stays with you. Attracting talent, retaining talent, and then having a capable workforce. And that's where the use of technology, digitalization, mechanization, productivity measures, this is key for us to sustain in this journey. If you really want to be competitive, and you need to attract the right talent, you need to attract the top talent. We used to attract the top talent, but today we are losing it because there are a lot of other opportunities with probably people don't want to actually soil their clothes, or they don't want to dirty their hands. But then there are today, you can actually do maintenance, you can do inspections, whether you work for a business partner, a contractor, or even for a client. There are a lot of technologies available, a lot of tools available, which can actually keep people more interested in doing this. I think this is perhaps for me to remain in this for the next 15, 20 years with the same level of competitiveness. This probably is one of the key for us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Narayanan. I think that concludes our session. In terms of crunching time now, just would like to say thank you to the participants and the audience for your questions and interest in the subject. And thank you very much to our guest speakers and presenters. And on behalf of the organizers, we have a small token of appreciation for our speakers. I'll hand it over to MC.
Thank you very much from all the panelists and hosts for the engaging session. We would now like to invite Yang Mulia Haji Iskandar bin Haji Yahya, Exploration and Development Director, Petroleum Authority of Brunei Darussalam, to present the token of appreciation. Firstly, Yang Mulia Haji Muhammad Idris bin Haji Jaafar. Mr. Narayanan Valayaputur. And lastly, our last presenter, Yang Mulia Awang Him bin Bujang. Thank you, Tuan Haji Iskandar bin Haji Yahya. Distinguished guests and esteemed attendees, in view of time and Friday prayer break, we would like to inform that the session will be wrapped up by 11:45 AM. Hence, the third session will start immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of that session will be on growing importance of HSSC in energy sector. We would now like to call upon our host, Yang Mulia Pangeran Adi Johan bin Pangeran Haji Anwar, Head of HSSE or Petroleum Authority of Brunei Darussalam. The floor is yours.
Test one.
Dear distinguished guests and esteemed attendees, we would like to remind that the session will be start immediately.
Ini forward. Ini back. Yang mana forward? Ini ke depan dari forward.
Teruslah. Speaker di sini. First di jawab.
Just use my notes saja dari sini kan. Tapi sana control. So, you actually. Yes. I think can recognize you with your note. I just use my note here because I need my notes kan. Yes, up and down.
Distinguished guests and esteemed attendees, we would like to remind that the event will start immediately. Kindly please be seated. Thank you.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning, everybody.
Yes.
Myself is Pingeran Adi Johan, Head of HSSE, Health, Security, Safety, Environment for Petroleum Authority. I'll be the host for this third session, growing importance of HSSE in energy sector. Alhamdulillah, and welcome everybody. Just make sure everybody settle down. Just a quick housekeeping. There's quite a number of trailing cables here. So presenter, just make sure you know where it is and be careful. In this third session of the morning, will be the last one. And there'll be more in the afternoon. Just a brief one. HSE is a very critical role in our energy sector, in our business and operation. And this morning, with good HSE practice and expertise, all built upon many years of learning and session, this session will be represented by expertise from the authorities and also from our industries. Our first presenter, Ajah Bibi, will be presenting on the importance of safety in a workplace and at a construction work site. Silakan Ajah Bibi.
Thank you. Yes, okay, this is good. Alhamdulillah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Amin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to everyone. My name is Haja Bibi Kalsum, Senior Inspector from Shina Compliance and International Division. Alhamdulillah, it is an honor to have the opportunity to be here this morning. And without further ado, let me start my presentation by giving a quick introduction of Shina. Shina is a statutory body set up under the Safety, Health and Environment National Authority Act, Chapter 227, and was enforced on 1st of April, 2017. It regulates and enforces all regulatory matters pertaining to workplace safety and health, environment, and radiation in Brunei Darussalam. You can get more information from Shina's website, example, on the industry guidance notes, note to industry, and more, such as the legislation. Today, I'm going to present the importance of safety in a workplace and why we should put effort into improving workplace safety and health, and also touch on the safety and health concern at the construction work site, which contributes the highest incidence rate of the workplace accident in Negara Brunei Darussalam. But for now, let's have a look at the growing importance of HSE in energy sector.
July 6th, 1988, 120 miles northeast of Scotland, the Piper Alpha oil rig. At 14,000 tons and 2.5 times the height of the Statue of Liberty, it is one of the largest rigs in the world.
Piper Alpha was the world's most successful oil rig. What that means was that in a single day, Piper Alpha produced more barrels of oil than any other oil rig or oil platform in the world.
A crew of 226 rotate shifts to keep the oil and gas flowing. Jeff Bollins is the chief control room operator that evening. At 9:45 p.m., Jeff suddenly hears an alarm indicating a problem with one of the rig's condensate pumps.
Them condensate injection pumps tripped more than any other equipment we had. No panic. We knew we needed to get it back on because it was going to start affecting production.
That evening, Pump A is offline for maintenance, leaving just Pump B working. The same pump that's now been shut down by the alarm's trip system.
The condensate pumps were an integral part of the production facility. You couldn't have them both offline for any great length of time without shutting down everything.
To avoid a full shutdown, a decision is made to halt maintenance on pump A and bring it back online. But what nobody knows is that pump A has a fatal flaw. During maintenance, its safety valve has been removed, meaning that there is nothing to stop thousands of cubic feet of gas escaping into the atmosphere. The faulty pump is switched back on. Then at 9:55 p.m., disaster. A spark suddenly ignites the escaping gas, and an explosion rips through the rig. Confronted by 700-degree flames, most of the 226-strong crew are now either dead or severely injured.
The nearest analogy is that it was a cross between Titanic and the Towering Inferno.
All hell was breaking loose on that rig. It was just a scene for hell. It's the only way you could describe it, a scene of absolute carnage and hell. Flames, explosions, debris. Things were escalating so fast at that point, it was almost impossible to take things in.
By 10 to midnight, less than 2 hours after the initial blast, the Piper Alpha is on the verge of collapse. Finally, the rig's legs start to give way, and the Piper Alpha starts to slide into the sea.
Where module was, and the rest of the platform just started drifting apart. And the other 3/4 of the platform just very slowly fell into the North Sea. That's my worst memory of the night, because I know for people who were still on it, it would have gone to the bottom of the sea.
A total of 167 men lost their lives that night. Just 61 survived.
These are the lessons learned from the Piper Alpha disaster. As investigated and analyzed, more than 100 recommendations are required to improve the safety on issues such as corporate safety culture, regulatory oversight, emergency procedure, and facilities design. It's recognized as a landmark. How safety should be managed by companies running high hazard facilities, how they should be regulated and inspected by the competent authorities. The report also states that it is essential to create a corporate atmosphere or culture in which safety is understood to be and accepted as the #1 priority. And in Shina's vision, we are committed to making a difference and ensuring Brunei is a safe place to work and live. Shina's mission is to build and promote positive culture, safety culture in all workplaces. So what are the strengths and opportunities gained by the occupier when the regulatory inspection and the monitoring visit are conducted to the workplace? As you can see, hazard and risk will be identified. Risk assessment and control measures will be developed and actioned. HSE performance will be checked and assessed. HSE competency training will be identified and fulfilled. HSE organization and communication will be implemented. And lastly, safety management system will be activated. For the general safety and health expectation on all workplaces, the law requires that those creating the risk reduce those risks to person, that is the employee, and public assets and the environment to as low as is reasonably practicable. For the facilities to be built in the energy sector, the safety and health risk assessment is conducted in all the project phases as shown here. The risk assessment is to estimate the likelihood and consequences of hazard events and expressing the result quantitatively as risk to the people, the asset, and the environment as long as reasonably practicable. The safety and health in construction activities. Why should we put effort into improving workplace safety and health at the construction work site? Here is a statistic on the work-related fatalities in construction and other industries where a death occurs while a person is at work or performing work-related tasks. In Brunei Darussalam, the highest incident of the workplaces accidents are coming from the construction industries and activities. What are the common risks in the construction activities? The past 2 years, majority of the incident reported on fatalities and injuries come from construction worksite conducting the following activities: working at height, crane operations, and electrical work. The occurrence of most of the fatalities and injuries were a result of the following: fall from height, unsafe crane activities, unsafe electrical activities, and struck by objects. These findings are supported by numerous SHINA's inspection and monitoring visit of construction site, which in turn led to the encounters of activities that are of serious safety concern. This is due to there is actually lack of awareness on the law, lack of training, non-compliance to the personal protective equipment, absence of intervention culture, lack of dedicated personnel with clear roles and responsibilities, lack of competent supervisors on site, and absence of individual to manage and coordinate safety and health matters on site. And also the main thing is absence of safety management system and related documents as shown here. So who is responsible to ensure controls as to prevent ill health injuries so that everyone can go home safely and meet their loved ones? And to prevent major and significant accidents and incidents, including environmental pollutions. Under Section 11, Workplace Safety Health Order 2009, it shall be the duty of every occupier of any workplace to ensure the workplace are safe and without risk to health to every person within those premises. And under Section 12, it shall be the duty of every employer to take, so far as is reasonable practicable, such measures are necessary to ensure the safety and health of his employees at work. And under Section 15, it shall be the duty of every person at work to use the personal protective equipment as required for the activities and to cooperate with employer to comply with the law and not to misuse the PPE, appliances, equipment, and others, and not recklessly endanger himself and others. Alhamdulillah, that brings us to the end of my presentation today. Thank you so much for your interest and attention. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Puan Hajah Bibi, Senior Inspector from Shina. We would like to welcome Pengen Muhammad Supri, BMC HSC General Manager. He has been HSC General Manager for BMC since 2020, and he was the plant manager for BMC for 11 years, looking after 5 turnarounds without zero LTI, alhamdulillah. He was also the lead for BMC plant construction. Pengen Muhammad Supri will be presenting on behavioral safety this morning. Yes. Silakan Tuan Pengiran.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all. I'm afraid that is not the right one. It's okay. Okay, I'm Pengiran Supri, Health, Safety, Security, Environment Department General Manager in BMC. So what does it mean? Meaning, as a general manager, I have to bear all the costs. My staff's ordered nasi lemak, teh tarik, and I have to pay them as a general manager. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank you to the organizer for inviting me here today. And then the speaker before me, Hajah, it was an amazing job with the materials. Give her a round of applause. Okay, you might be wondering, you see myself bringing a box, right? So, any guess the reason for bringing this box to here? Nope. Okay. Let's see. Give you a hint. Recently, you heard about in the news the monkeypox infecting and spreading and killing numerous people in African countries. Now it's spread to Australia, Canada, and now even in Singapore. So that's the hint. What's inside this box is a vector. It could easily spread. Okay, never mind. I'll come back to this later. Okay, in my line of work in BMC, human behavior plays an important role in achieving a safe working environment. And then, according to a study, we can find it in Google, you may. So, unsafe acts contributes to 80% of accident. It means, if you talk about unsafe acts, human behavior, you talk about human behavior, is the main contributor of accident. So, put my glass. How we behave in any locations will determine our well-being. Yeah, go to the next slide, please. Next one. So, behaving badly in a football field, you might get a red card. Yeah. Then behaving badly while driving on the road, you may cause car crash or even cause lives. Behaving badly in a romance relationship, you might lead to breakup or even a divorce. And behaving badly in an oil and gas factory might lead to destructive explosions. So our behavior has tremendous impact on the outcome that we will experience. So talking about behavior, let me tell you a bit of story. When I was a small kid, my mother is the one who supported our family by selling penyaram. Can you go to the next slide? Maybe somebody doesn't know what penyaram looks like is. So that's the penyaram on the left side. Yeah. So every morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, my mother will get up and then prepare the mix, and then until the meal flour becomes a penyaram. Yeah. So my mom did not sell it because we don't have any our own stall, nor we have any nearby groceries. So rather she sold it to a merchant who pick it up at 5 o'clock in the morning on the dot. And at the back of his box, he had various of products and he will go around the village. So one fateful morning, my mother woke up as usual at 2 o'clock, and suddenly she realized that we don't have enough flours to prepare the mix. So she could continue sleeping without caring to her promise to the merchant who will pick it up at 5 o'clock. So, but she didn't do that. She doesn't want, that is the easy way out. So she told that to my dad, and then my dad wake me up in the morning. I was so sleepy at that day. And then he told me, this is what we have to do. We have to go to the town, 5 miles drive from our house to the town. It is 2 o'clock in the morning. So he pointed at me, he said, go to the shower. I was so sleepy. And then we drove around 30 minutes. We arrived at the grocery store, and my father didn't even get down. And he asked me to knock at the door, 2:30 in the morning. Imagine. So I knocked the door, and then a few minutes later, the owner of the shop, he opened the door and he saw me. What happened? Normally at the wee hours like that, there must be a bad news, right? So imagine 2 o'clock in the morning. So I said to him simply, I need flowers. He was shocked. And then I said, my mother needs it, and my father was waiting in the car. So to his relief, that normally waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning, knock at the door, somebody must have passed away. Yeah. So to his relief, I just need a flower. So at the end of the day, we managed to get the flowers, and my mother was happy, and she managed to sell the penyaram. So what is the learning from this is my mother has enabled her to support her family and maintain a good relationship with the merchant. So imagine in an oil and gas industry, if you don't behave correctly and you didn't promise to deliver to your customers, right? If you choose to ignore and you choose to behave badly. So if she was not persistent, she wouldn't be able to raise her 12 children. And she could have just sleep and say sorry to the merchant. I'll deliver it next week. So she didn't choose the easy way out, and she stayed focused to honor her own integrity towards herself, her family, her business partner. So next slide. So behavior in its individual or societal form should be conformance to the most appropriate attitudes depending on time, location, and situation. In BMC, we always strive and continue to strive to ensure the highest level of mental health and frequent interventions to check behavior in our place. So what the statement simply means is we strive to eliminate unsafe acts. Yeah, so now back to this box. Any idea based on the storytelling? Well, let me tell you, it's the penyaram in here. Okay, I think that sums up my speech today. I know that by telling you the systematic way of how to manage behavioral-based safety, you can just look around in the Google, right? You can learn a lot of things down there, but I just want to come down here to share my experience. How we behave will determine our well-being. Yeah. So that is my 35 experience working in Brunei Shell and then 10 years plus working in BMC. I've seen a lot of things, and I've seen a lot, 80% of the accident contributes to our own act. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Tuan Pengiran. Thank you for sharing the story of Penyiram and also your experience. I think just a small reminder, if you want to post your question, there's a slide to reference at the back of the chairs, some of the chairs also. Our final speakers for this morning is Puan Salawati from Total Energies. Puan Salawati is the HSE manager since 3 years already. Started her career with BSP, and she's under the BSP scholarship scheme. 24 years in BSP, holding various positions in engineering, operation, development, and also HSE process safety. Quite a lot of experience there. With 5 years international assignment to petroleum development in Oman. Please welcome Puan Salawati.
If you don't mind, I want to take off my mask. So I do realize I'm standing between you and lunch and preparation for Friday Raya. So I will try to stick on time. I will time up my 10 minutes. Okay. So the topic I want to present to you today is about occupational safety. I think this is something everyone can relate to, as this involves a human being. And my colleague has touched quite a number of good topics in terms of behavioral. First, I want to share with you a slide, what we call is a return of experience from Total Energy side, what we have experienced, fatality and high potential incident. So it has been a persistent challenge in oil and gas industry, especially in the occupational safety, fatality and high potential incident. As you can see here, the incident that had happened in Total site, it ranged from as simple as falling at height at 1.5 meter. Yeah, 1.5 meter. Don't underestimate that. It's just simply from picking a ladder. The second one you can see on the right is a high potential incident. It's a man overboard after falling 4 meters through corroded grating. So there's an element of asset integrity there. Unfortunately, the person was recovered. Last year, we starting to experience incident relating to electrical. So we had a fatality due to electrocutions while the person was preparing the transformer maintenance. Yeah. And the recent one is the hypo incident, electric shock due to the lack of isolation. And very recently, I think it's something probably familiar to you all, finger crushed by lifeboat while doing maintenance. Yeah. So what do they have in common? They are of routine activities. Yeah. Some are identified as high risk, done by experienced and competent person. Yeah. So following the fatalities that had occurred in Total Energy site, the group has come up with a zero fatality work group. It was set up to understand the causes of this situation. Yeah. So we define what is the top priority to emphasize fatal accident prevention and reinforce the zero fatal accident objective. So the work group was actually set up. It's composing of contractors, operational people in the front line, the HSC representative from various branches. When I say various branches, they come from E&P, exploration and production. They come from refinery and chemical, also from marketing and services. And also people at headquarters, those who are supporting the organization. What is revealing is that during this work group on the zero fatality accident, the survey indicate that there's a strong convergence of the thoughts of Total Energy staff and also the contractors based on the feedback. So it's quite a number of people who are involved. 20% indicate not aware of the group objective on zero fatal accidents. 40% contractors, supervisors consider the need for completing job rapidly. So there's an increased risk at site. And 40% of manager only spend or conduct site visit on a quarterly basis or even less. Yeah. And 50%, half, that is representing half, they are not checking the daily, on the daily basis, PTW, permit to work, no audits, visits. In the case where personnel does not respect the safety rules, this happen, 95% of them are due to routine or complacency. Yeah, so if you're talking about non-routine activities, we are very much in control. So there was pressure felt by contractors when you actually know you have to complete your job and compromising the risk that you may be carrying. So, okay. So based on the finding of the survey, the work group has decided to retain these are 3 top priorities, actions for deployment. As you can see, the first one is the safety green light. Yeah. The second one is the joint safety tour. The third one is life-saving check. So these are not new. These are not new. These are basically enhancement to the current practices that we have. So what is the current practices that we have? One is the toolbox stock. It's part of the PTW opening. The question here is the toolbox stock adequately carried out? Secondly, site tour. Whether you do it weekly or monthly at your defined frequency, are the sites and place actually visited at adequate frequency? And do you actually engage the work party on site when yourself or management are doing a site tour? Because that's very important element of connecting with people on site to understand the work or the well-being of people on site. The third one is the PTW audit, yeah, which is the life-saving checks. Are the activities in the high-risk activities, such as work at height and lifting, sufficiently audited? But you have PTW, but yet still incident do occur. So these are the top 3 priorities that Total Energy has been focusing on to improve situation on site, visibility of management, additional layer of checks when permit to work is active. Let me go through a couple of them. Okay, so this is what we call a safety green light. So what is it actually? So the objective, as I said, this is to improve our toolbox stock. Yeah, it's actually forcing exchange based on 4 open questions. What is the job to be done? What should I do if change occurs? What could happen that could be serious? Or am I ready to start the work? So this is normally done at site as a last stage before you actually execute the work. So all the work party need to have a say in terms that if they are ready to execute the work. So this is done by reshaping in Total Energies, reshaping the toolbox stock form by including this safety green light. However, the toolbox stock principle, it remained the same. We also give opportunity for site management when they're on site to do checks as well on the permit to work. And the safety green light has been part of parcels of our group roles on our permit to work process. The other one I want to talk about is the life-saving checks. So historically, 80% of the fatalities that occur in Total Energies are linked to these 5 high-risk activities. I can see there's some convergence of this with the objective of Sheena as well when Haji Bibi presented the statistic. Work at height, hot work, lifting operations, confined space, work on power system. As I mentioned earlier on, life-saving checks is an additional protection layer to permit to work and also our safety green light initiative. It is completed not directly by the involved party. So this is an independent person. The difference here is that to have more emphasis on the auditing these specific high-risk activities. So the objective of the life-saving check is to enforce the audit of these high-risk activities through simple checklists. Okay, so site manager play a very important role in identifying on a daily basis when we have a permit to work open of high-risk activities and respective life-saving checks is conducted. Okay, this is a sample I want to share with you of sample of life-saving checks on a hot work naked flame, where actually you have, when you do conduct audit, you answer the questions and actually point out what area on the site that you're focusing on. And the site audit can be done regularly by different party on the management level. The last one I want to share with you is we have recently this year reformulated our golden rule. Some of you may refer to it as a life-saving rule, but in Total Energies, we call it golden rules. So the survey was conducted, 18,000 respondents concluded that the requirement of the golden rules are well understood and evaluated as effective in preventing accident. However, not all golden rules are easy to follow. So these golden rules are built around one, Total Energy safety value as a core. Safety is a value. Secondly, it's based on return of experience or learning from incident. The third one is about operational excellence in terms of achieving high level of safety performance. This has a common goals as well to zero fatality accident. So when we launched this during our World Day for Safety back in April on the reformulated golden rules and also our stop cut, it's applicable to all. We are moving away from prohibition or obligation to a personal commitment. So the golden rule is, I would say personally, is more humble because it's a statement of I rather than you or we. So it's more on a personal commitment, a personalization of commitment to ensure the work site is safe. So however, there are two replacements of two golden rules, which we think are more important due to the increased of incident relating to hot work, which is deadly risk activity, and the 12th one is the line of fire, and this is aligned with the group and industries. However, we need to move in terms of how we want to implement it on site. So Total Energies have put program
for the next 6 months to actually do appropriation, meaning having a close discussion with site and every golden rules, mostly on the high risk activities. So it's very important that people understand what is their role when they actually conduct activity relating to the golden rules. So it's not only involved the energy staff, but the workforce on the contractor as well. Okay, so that possibly my last slide, but I just want to give you a focus. What's our focus in total energies in ENP? Number one is a strict compliance on the golden rules, which is non-negotiable. Everyone has to be on board. Yeah. We need to do a proper risk assessment of the tasks to be performed. We need to make sure, importantly, is the quality of the risk assessment. The third one, which I talk about, is the zero fatality program, the initiative to better control of the risk. So all activity to start with a safety green light, a commitment from individual workforce that they are okay to proceed, and the critical ones or high risk activities to be subjected to a life-saving check. And number 4, which is important as well, we need to have an active supervision at site to raise vigilance and also reinforce safety behavior, which lead to exemplary safety leaders. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you, Puan Salawati, for the presentation and sharing on the update on the golden rules from Total. We actually have, if okay, we have a few question and answer. Yeah. Okay. There's a few questions from the Slido, which I would like to convey to one Ajah Bibi. One of the questions is regards to how can other industry, example oil and gas industry, help construction industry to improve their HSE?
Okay, I think that's a very good question indeed. For this kind of things that I think we need to work as a team, the oil industry or the oil and gas industry, they've done a lot of things actually compared to the construction industry, which has not been involved in oil and gas business. So, but it needs to be done stages by stages, because they need to actually feel what are the concern on the safety at a workplace? Why is it a concern? And how to actually handle this? So this kind of question, it needs to apply to them stages by stages. Unlike the oil and gas business or industry, they've been there in 1929 and going through a lot of things. But for construction industry, who's just been actually like construction companies who's been there, like just started yesterday or 3 years ago or 30 years ago, there's a lot of things to actually catch up. One of the issues that concern is actually the cost. And I remember one of the contractors was saying, wow, this is easily puts to me around 10,000, to put safety into my organization. So we need to help each other. So I think we need to do it stages by stages, but at the end of the day, it's their responsibility to ensure that the safety of people and looking after the asset and environment around them, because it's in the law. They don't have a choice anyway. So the example from the, the oil and gas industry gives a lot of benefits to them. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ajah Bibi. The next question is more to Pangeran Supri. What is the behavior status in BMC?
Okay, thank you very much, Pangeran. It's something that we can be proud of as well. because starting from 2020, when I started to be the HSC section, we look at I think it's similar to USP as well. They have pakat, we have safeguards. That's one of the leading KPIs that we have. So when we see for the first 1 year, looking at the safeguards trends, we see a lot of negative. People are in danger. The position of people are in danger. Not wearing PPEs, everything, right? So safeguard is a way of intervening before it happens, yeah, before any accident happen. So we start a lot of programs, communicating with the people, engage them, safety news flash, posters, try to give them more awareness on the importance of safety as well. So we start to see the switch of paradigm. There's less now negative findings. There's more positive findings. So that's how we see the trend now in BMC. I'm not saying that it's 100% positive, but there are trends of improving of culture and behavior at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuan Pengiran. Thank you for sharing the current situation in BMC in terms of the culture. There's one general question. No, this is for Wan Salawati. This is more specifically, how do Total measure effectiveness of the enhanced program and the initiative implemented by Total Energies, such as the green safety green light, 12 golden rules?
Okay, thank you for the question. How do we measure the effectiveness of the program? Okay, so basically, the people who execute these programs are people on site. Yeah, people on site, the one who apply it. We have sessions with our frontline people to talk about specificity on site in terms of effectiveness on the safety green light. For example, like the speak up culture. Do people speak up on site? Do people have difficulty of saying that, no, it's not safe to do the job? I cannot start. So the feedback that we get that people do speak up. Yeah, they do. So there's an element of effectiveness as well. However, I think it depends on the culture as well. We need to build a good relationship with people on site in order to enable, I think from management from a view, because they may not be able to speak up openly, but what I noticed personally on site, people do speak up. Yeah, we have KPIs as well. We measure KPIs in terms of how many permit to work, high risk activities that we conduct life-saving checks, and this is reported not only internally but also to our headquarters. On annual basis, we have a so-called meeting with headquarters involving site people to discuss a bit more openly about these 3 programs: safety green lights, joint safety tour, and also the life-saving checks. Some difficulties, yes, we do accept, especially on the joint safety tour, that we also require contractor management to go on site. To go on site on an onshore facility is easy, but to go on site to offshore facility with contractor management may pose difficulties. But we do encourage management to be part of the management site tour, and we have seen very good response from management. That was for the first time they ever been on location, and the feedback is quite amazing. And be able to talk with the frontline people, their worker on site, that is valuable. Their presence on site is very valuable. So we do actually measure the effectiveness of the program. Of course, things may slip here and there, but we will look for continuous means of improvement. Thank you.
Silakan, Puan.
Yeah, I think it's very important that responsibility on site or at a workplace is our responsibilities. I think there's a law in this kind of thing, how we manage and control this. So if we use the law, you'll be able to actually handle whatever your part of operation, making sure that they fulfill it because the law is there. So it's very important. Please visit the workplace safety health orders because it's very important. It helps you to manage your organization because they don't have a choice. They had to comply to the law, and there will be a regulatory inspection being done and monitoring visit being done to these organizations. That monitoring visit and regulatory inspection will be based on the law. And the law, if you look at the safety management system, there are 14 elements that a company or an organization has to comply. And it's stated very clearly. One is actually what are the safety policies, do you have organization team? Do you have safety officers or coordinators on site? Do you actually intervene things that is actually on site, issues of concern of HSC, that kind of thing. These are all being actually stated in the safety management system, the 14 element. So please go through the WSHO order, and if you have problem with it, get legal advice and or HSC consultant to actually help you out. So this is actually coming from Sheena perspective. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Puan Salawati, for the total feedback, and then thank you, Puan Jabibi, for adding in. I think we want to hear it from the participant, the crowd. If any, there you go. Limas.
Well, we have, to be honest, we have good people here, which is actually Haji Yaakob. Haji Yaakob is one of our team, specific to process safety. Yeah, maybe Haji Yaakob can explain further on this one. Tuan Haji Yaakob, yeah.
Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. Thank you very much for the question. It's quite a long-winded question. I hope I can capture the essence of what is actually being asked. One thing that I captured just now is actually in terms of chemicals. So the our workplace safety order has quite a number of regulations in place. I think for construction industry, we have the construction regulation and also the risk management regulation inside the workplace safety health order. So I cannot give you a very prescriptive advice on this one, but what you need to be very sure is, for example, for new organization yang participating in making sure that workplace is actually safe, is for you to be very conversant in the regulation itself, especially in terms of risk management. So the moment that you introduce, for example, hazardous substances, like you mentioned about hydrogen, you need to be aware of what the risks associated with it and do a proper segregation in terms of storage and so on. For us in the oil and gas sector, and petrochemical sector is very, very clear for us. When you have a hazardous substance in your facility, what we need to know is actually in terms of the amount of the inventory of what you keep. And then if it falls above the minimum threshold, then the safety case, which is actually a document to really document how are you going to handle hazards if it is actually translating into a major accident event. So for industries yang like construction, you just have to make sure to look start with the requirement in terms of risk assessment, for example. So you can actually approach us, talk more about this, and we give you a better advice as well once you have a proper description of really what are your issues and so on. I hope that answers your question. So one of the things that is actually required inside the safety case is actually list of your hazardous substance in the inventory. So there you will make a list and do a risk assessment and see what is the consequence of, for example, those hazardous substances being released to the atmosphere or mixed in case of chemicals. Yes, so there are appropriate mitigation measures employed to make sure that the hazards are first of all not realized, and if it is going in the form of a leak or so, then it is properly managed.
Thank you, Tuan Haji Yaakob. Tuan Haji Yaakob is from Sheena, leading the major accident hazards. I think that's all what time that we have this morning. Thank you. We wish that we can actually, discuss more because safety is everybody's concern. I think during the presentation pun mentioned is everybody's punya itulah. What you call it? Is your priority. It start with you. You can't let somebody else manage your own safety. Thank you to all my three presenters, and thank you all for being with us. I think we have a token of appreciation. I think I'll leave it to the MC. Thank you again.
Thank you very much to all the panelists and hosts. We would now like to invite Yang Mulia Haji Iskandar bin Haji Yahya, co-chair of Energy Symposium and Energy Seminar, to present the token of appreciation. Firstly, we'd like to welcome Yang Mulia Haji Bibi Kalthum bin Haji C.A. Muhammad. Our second presenter, Yang Mulia Pengiran Muhammad Supri bin Pengiran Haji Cucu. And lastly, Yang Mulia Salawati binti Kasim. Thank you, Yang Mulia Haji Iskandar bin Haji Yahya. Alhamdulillah, we come to the end of our morning session. We now close our session by Wabillahi Taufiq wal Hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Cuan satu dulu.
Testing, testing. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, hello. Okay.
Tukang baca doa saja, tukang baca doa.
Good luck, good luck.
Distinguished guests and esteemed attendees, we would like to remind that the event will start shortly. Before we begin, please to inform that you can scan the QR code shown on the screen to access the Energy Seminar e-booklet for more information. The e-booklet includes the detailed program as well as the host and speaker biographies. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the Energy Seminar organized by Petroleum Authority of Brunei Darussalam in conjunction with Energy Week of Brunei Mid-Year Conference and Exhibition 2022. This afternoon, we will have two sessions toward efficient and green energy future and enabling technology in challenging fields. To the speakers of each session, we would like to remind that when you hear the bell sound, that you have 5 minutes remaining for your presentations. If you hear continuous bell sound, it indicates your time is up. To start this afternoon session, we would like to invite our host, Yang Mulia, Awang Abdul Matin bin Haji Muhammad Kasim, Head of Renewable Energy Unit, Sustainable Energy Division, Department of Energy at the Prime Minister's Office, to lead the session. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Shima. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to everyone. I hope you had a good lunch just now and Friday prayer break. So welcome to the session 4 of this seminar. For those of you who are here this morning, welcome back. Just to for the benefit of those just joining, the format of this presentation will be the speakers will be delivering the presentation, and after that there'll be a Q&A session. We'll be opening up Slido as well. Can we show the slide on the screen? So if you're like me who wants to be anonymous, you want to post up some sensitive questions, burning questions, you can put them on the Slido. But I would encourage you to be more direct. We'd like to seek your kind indulgence to state your name, where you're from, and the person who you want to direct this question to. So there's an open mic in the center where you can voice out your question. So before we go on to the presentation this afternoon, let me just set the scene. So as you know, earlier this week during the opening Energy Week, you've known that the peak electricity demand is increasing by 1.5% per year. So that's the trend. This actually poses a threat, I would say, a challenge to everyone, especially utilities. So we have representatives from DS here, and also BPC will be the one, in a way, managing this issue to ensure that the provision of electricity is being managed in a proper manner. So nowadays, if you talk about sustainable energy, people often go directly to renewables, solar, wind, waste to energy, hydro, but people always forget one thing, which is more important, is important part of the sustainable energy equation, which is energy efficiency. Is often overlooked, despite, I would say, being the most feasible to be implemented, is also the low-hanging fruits. So I think in parallel as well, this year's Energy Week, the theme itself is very befitting to the current situation. It speaks to urge everyone to realize to the importance of working together to balance the energy trilemma. This is the energy security, environmental sustainability, and energy equity. So everyone has a role to play, not just the utilities, but also the end users, those who are like us. So how we manage our electricity at home, we need to be more prudent in terms of energy management and be more selective in what appliances we use. So it must be energy efficient. So as you also know, Brunei is going to this transition into this new energy. As you know, there's quite a number of targets to be achieved. On the energy efficiency side, there's 45% reduction to be achieved by 2035. On the renewable energy side, there's at least 30% by 2035, both of which to be satisfied by 2035. And also, we also have the climate targets, which we just registered sometime last year. We want to be a net zero country by 2050. So basically, this is a really tall order. So whether it is a far-fetched aspiration, I'm not sure, but luckily we have all the speakers lined up today. We'll be able to deliberate whether we can realize this target. So I think enough of me talking. Without further ado, I'd like to invite Mr. Shafiq Badar, who is the newly appointed head of generation from the Department of Electrical Services. And allow me to be the first person in this room to congratulate you on this assignment. Congrats, Shafiq. So you're eager and ready? So, okay, Shafiq, the floor is all yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon to all. Thank you, Tuan Martin. We go to Coffee Bean later. Okay, shall start my presentation because I have around 10 minutes. I have a lot to cover. So I'll be talking about power efficiency and optimization program by DES. So just a brief introduction of who are we. We are Department of Electrical Services. Our main business is, of course, to provide power to the customer in Brunei. So basically, we provide power as much as we can. So our mission, as you know, is powering quality living. Our vision is continuously improving the electrical supply, operation, service, and infrastructure. So our objective, is to provide reliable, efficient, affordable, and safe electric supply to the nation, enhancing the resource capacity and capability, and increasing revenue for Brunei Darussalam. So why I put the objectives big? Because today's topic, I'll talk more on efficiency. How important is efficiency to the power generation? So what is efficiency? I'm sure everybody here knows what efficiency. Efficiency is normally measured by the ability to avoid wasting in terms of time, cost, effort. In more general sense, is the ability to do things well, successfully, without waste. So I'll talk, there's different type of efficiency. I'll be talking about more on power efficiency. How do we define power efficiency? How do we calculate the power efficiency? So normally we calculate by the electrical out divided by the parameter in. So basically it's energy in, energy out. How much energy we converted to a useful energy. So the higher the efficiency, the higher the number, the more efficiency the power plant. So just talking about fuel, there's fuel costs money. Of course, obviously everything costs money, such as natural gas, kerosene, diesel, and the prices keep on changing. So normally, if you run a machine in low efficiency, it's equal to wasting gas. So what I mean is you burn more fuel, but but only the low percentage of that energy is being used to convert it into something useful, to something that we can charge. So the lower the percentage of it, then it's low efficiency. So hence it's cost money. So If that's the case, then of course the OPEX, the operation cost will be higher because you need to buy more fuel. Low efficiency means you need to buy more fuel. Okay, so they also free fuel. Basically, that's a solar, wind, geo. So basically, it's there to be taken, to be used. So again, low efficiency means the unused resource there, basically there's the energy, but we don't convert it to the useful energy. So the low efficiency means the wasteful of energy lah. So in this case, the OPEX, the operation cost, might be not much affected because it's free, but only problem is the CapEx, capital cost. So for example, if you need 10 megawatts, if a low efficiency can only produce 1 megawatt, then you need at least 10 megawatts. So of course the capital cost will increase because you need to build more turbine. So in the short run, low efficiency means financial economic consequence. There will be a financial impact. Okay, so in power generation, primary energy is normally greater than delivered energy. Of course, because in terms of energy, you can't get the 100% energy to be useful. Of course, there will be some like heat loss, friction loss, everything. So I'm not sure if in the future, maybe we can get 100%, inshallah. So to achieve a higher output, higher efficiency means buying less fuel and also in a way reduce gas emission. What I'm trying to say is, say, if you think in a business and economic terms, if you have two power stations, one power station has higher efficiency than another, because that higher efficiency will, the OPEX and CapEx will be less. So if you think of it, to buy a higher efficiency power station, to build a higher efficiency power station is better than to have a lower efficiency power station. Unless the lower efficiency power station is cost very low, then maybe it's beneficial. So get to my next slide. So just talk about DES power station. Currently we have 4 power stations, different type of power station. We have Gadong power station, which is a simple cycle power plant. Bukit Pangga power station is a combined cycle power plant. And then Lumut power station, a cogeneration power plant. And finally at Bilingus, which is in Tumburong, is a diesel driven engine. So there's a short quiz. Who got it right will have the chance to win 1 year free electricity. Just joking lah. I'll be in big trouble if I do that. Sorry. Okay, so let's start with Gadong. So let's start with a simple cycle power plant. So what is a simple cycle power plant? So actually, it's a simple cycle plant. It's just using a gas turbine, where you use a natural gas to power up the turbine. So this is a schematic representation of a gas turbine. So how it works, I just explain very quickly. So fresh air is compressed and mixed with natural gas, and it will there will be a combustion at the combustion chamber, producing heat where it rotates the turbine and slowly it rotates the generator to produce power electricity. So in terms of energy, there's 100% energy in that combustion chamber. 67 is wasted. It is dumped to the atmosphere. Only roughly around 33% of it to produce power. That is the useful energy, where for power generation, that's where our income is. So there's 67% waste. But typically for a simple cycle efficiency, thermal efficiency, it's around 30 to 35%. It depends on what type of model technology you are using. The highest efficiency so far for a simple cycle plant, if I'm not mistaken, was a LM9000. It's a thing made by Baker Hughes, where it has achieved a 45% efficiency, which is very high for a simple cycle power plant. Hence, of course, low OPEX costs. Okay, next. So Lumut Power Station, it's a cogeneration power plant. It's located in Lumut, as you know, it's a Lumut power station. Let me check. Basically, it again using a gas turbine, but the main difference is instead of the waste heat just dumped to the atmosphere, we make use of that heat. So basically that heat is being used by other counterparts. In this case, it's LNG, where they use that heat power to heat up their boilers and gas. So in terms of energy, that useful energy has been used, that waste energy can to be useful. So of course, the loss will be 30%. So that heat loss will be less. And of course, 40% will be power and 42% is being used to other counterparts. So it is making use of that waste energy. So typically, this is 80% thermal efficiency. Finally, combined cycle power plant in Bukit Panggang, in Tutong. So it's almost similar to cogen generation, but instead giving the heat to our counterparts, we heat up the heat with our boiler, which we call it HRSG, heat recovery steam generator. That heat up the water in that boiler and that turn to steam, and it will go to the steam turbine and produce power. So typically this configuration, it produces at least 50% more power if you compare to a simple cycle power plant. So again, it is more efficient than a simple cycle plant. So typically the efficiency of this power plant is 50 to 60%. Again, it depends on what they need. So far, the highest recorded efficiency was in Japan. They managed to get at least 63%, 60% efficient in 2017, which is currently the world record holder in terms of common cycle efficiency. So again, 5 minutes. Again, the more efficiency, less OPEX costs. Just a quick, this graph is a quick comparison. If the higher the generator output, the more efficient the power plant. So with that in mind, how important the efficiency, sorry, I was looking at my slides. Okay. So with that in mind, how important the efficiency, we have a program where we optimize the gas that we use. So just to share our policy, our operation policy, where how to run a power plant is normally we run it with N2 redundancy. What it means is N is representing the turbine and -2 is if we lose two gas turbine without affecting the load to the customer. So for example, on the left side, we have 10 gas turbine. If we lose 2 of that turbine, the other gas turbine still able to supply load to the customer without affecting the load. So that is what we call an N-2 redundancy, our policy lah. Hopefully you guys understand. If not, then you can ask the question later. So, okay. So our all operating procedure, we actually maximize on security because we don't want to affect the customer, any interruption to the customer. So normally we run all the gas turbine that we have. Even though if we lose few gas turbine, there will be no power loss to the customer. That is the old thinking little. But this operating procedure, there is a disadvantage. So basically, we're running all the gas turbine with low efficiency lah. So again, if you run a machine in low efficiency, it will cost, in terms of OPEX, it will cost high. So it's not that efficient lah. So there was an old policy. It's maximizing on security. So we have a meeting and we discussed that we will try to maximize the gas. So now, sorry, let me go back to the previous slide. Yeah, so if you see number 4, we have a spinning reserve capacity as high as 200 megawatt. That means that we have a reserve capacity in case if we lost 50 megawatt, that 200 megawatt can cover that 50 megawatt. So with the new policy, we reduce the spinning reserve window to around 70 and 140 megawatt. This means that we'll stop few gas turbine, which is not needed in standby mode. So we maximize the other gas turbine to increase the output of the load. As you remember the chart I show you, I hope you see the chart, the higher the output, the higher the efficiency. So we reduce the spinning window to 70 and 40. How it works is if it's below 70, we'll run up the gas turbine. And if it's more than 140, we'll stop some few gas turbines. So in a way, we'll, what I call this, save the gas in operation. This chart is a typical daily load dispatch. Just trying to say what I was said just now at the slide. So the red line is a typical load demand curve. So basically, this is from 1 a.m. to 12 a.m. So if you see the top one, DS available power, this is an old policy where we run all the gas turbines. So the capacity that the gas turbine is high. So you can see the gap, that blue line, what I was mentioned about the spinning reserve is more than 200 megawatts. So all the gas turbines are running, but having a low load means low efficiency. So it's not good in terms of efficiency. So with the new policy, the purple line, we only run gas turbine which is when required. So basically we reduce the gap from 200 to the one we mentioned, 70 to 140 megawatt. So at least we have few gas turbine offline and standby mode, and the others will be high output, means high efficiency. So we started this program in 2018. Firstly, because we not sure how the characteristic will if we do this program. So we start in July 2018, where we put few gas turbine in standby mode. Standby mode means ready to run. And then in 24 November 2018, we initiate peaking load gas turbine, meaning to say if because we have two peak load, if we don't have enough demand load, we'll start up another gas turbine. Once it passes that peak load, we can stop it. So again, we second gas turbine peaking load. And then March 2020, we have third and fourth gas turbine. So we start and stop, and fuel standby. And then now, so 2020, we have at least 5 to 6 gas turbine which run in standby and peaking mode. So basically, we save gas. We run the gas turbine high as possible to increase the efficiency. So the result, alhamdulillah, as you remember, we started in 2018. There is slightly increase in terms of efficiency. 2018, 2019, and 2020. And 2021, a bit slightly low, but still is higher compared to 2017. So as for 2022, we have achieved at least 25.99% efficiency as 12 June. So in conclusion, increase in percentage output of the generator, we increase the efficiency of the overall power plant, consequently saving in gas consumption. So basically, if we save gas, indirectly can support the exportation of gas, and hence increase the Brunei Darussalam revenue. Yeah. Just a quick one, green initiative. We have some solar initiative. We in DS also support the green technology. So we have one, the biggest one that we have is 1.2 megawatt in Tenaga Surya Brunei. We did some few projects in Tumburong district where we installed 8 kilowatt peak solar rooftop. Also in the Tumburong district office, 600 kilowatts. And also our mission was to give electricity to the people and also support the green technology. So we have few solar panels installed, as you can see in the table. So total project that we did was 26.0 kilowatt. I think with that, I'll end my presentation. Sorry for the rush. All right, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shafiq. It's really interesting to hear about the free electricity, which you just promised. No, on a serious note, I mean, well done to DS. After 100 years of inception, I think they're making great strides in the sustainable energy front. So for the next speaker, may we invite Mr. Bernard Christian, the head of engineering and projects from Rakas
Power Company to deliver his presentation.
Okay, so very good afternoon to all. First, I just want to speak a bit about Brakas Power Company, because until yesterday, even at the booth that we have, a lot of people that come up to the booth, they go like, where you guys and what you are about. So Brakas Power Company is, in short, BPC. By the way, we're in Brakas, in case you don't know. As per the name, we supply about 40% of the country's supply of electricity. And we predominantly supply the VVIP and very strategic and critical loads, like, for example, the airports, istanas and whatnot. Yeah, we have a generation capacity of about 280 megawatts, made up of this LM2 2500 machines, and we have power plants in Gadong, Jurdong, and at Brakas. And we also have a origin power plant at Brakas, which I'll speak about a bit more about later. So we have a maximum demand of about 245 megawatts, with our average load around 183. So that's in comparison to earlier you heard from DES. So definitely BPC as a company, we are in support and high support of Brunei Darussalam's national climate change to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions through our projects. Yeah. Back in 2013, we were also informed of this EDPMO on this energy paper, where if you do have new generation plants, you want to aim to get efficiency of about at least 45%. Similar to what our colleague from DS was mentioning earlier, the focus is going for more efficient generation. So in line with that, BPC, we invested our first combined cycle power plant at Brakas, and it's called Origin, using this organic Rankine cycle. What it is basically we retrofitted the existing power plant with waste heat recovery units. I'll speak a bit more about it later, to increase the efficiency of the existing machines from about 31% to 45%. And we commenced operation with that plant in 2018 November, with a capacity of about 14 megawatts. So I won't speak too much about this because a colleague covered it earlier, but in simple terms, what we do is we use the waste heat from the gas turbine, and basically the energy is transferred through this cyclopentane, which is a liquid that basically transfers the heat and through piping, and then after that it goes through an expander generator where that heat is actually converted back into electricity, in simple terms. Okay, this is what the plant actually looks like, and at the top part is our generation units, and of course at the bottom part is our origin plant. Okay, this is located in Brakas. Okay, as was mentioned earlier, we are also facing the load growth of about 2% approximately every year. Now, if you see in the old days, we're not so dependent on electricity. When you get your power blackout, you have a candle. As long as you got water to your house, that's okay. Nowadays, can you imagine your house with your kids with no PlayStation, no iPad, no mobile phone? They will drive you up the wall. Yeah. So basically, a lot of our lives have changed where we are actually very dependent on electricity. And it actually shows in the load growth chart, as you can see. Yeah? So what we have to do as BPC, we can't stay as it is, because whether we like it or not, the consumers that we are feeding, the load or the demand is actually growing. So if the demand is growing, what do we do about it, right? So we currently are undertaking a feasibility study for a new 120 megawatt CCGT power plant to be installed, so that we can actually have enough generation capacity. Yeah, so we don't want to get to a point where basically the load actually outgrows our ability to generate the electricity. Okay, so simple terms, again, I'm not going to go through the whole slide too long on this one, but just want to mention that in simple terms, if we talk about simple cycle, where our colleague from DS already spoke about, a lot of the energy that you put in comes out as exhaust, which means you vent your energy. And you heard earlier, fuel costs money. So basically what happens is 60%, 67% of that money is actually vented into the atmosphere. where you have basically also high greenhouse gas emissions for these simple cycle machines. Now, typically if you talk about the combined cycle machines, what we do is we harness that exhaust gas instead of just venting into the atmosphere. We use this waste heat recovery system. And then that waste heat recovery system is basically used to drive steam turbines, which then feed back the generator. So basically, you're using that waste heat to generate more electricity. So typically with this kind of CCGT, you can get up to about 48% of efficiency. Yeah. So that's why we're looking at CCGT technologies. Now, why do we want to do that as well? So if you look at it in bare terms, yeah, the data shows that if we actually go after this CCGT project and install this 20 megawatt machine, we can actually reduce our gas consumption from about 5 million British thermal units. Now, this BTU is basically a unit for measure of the heating value in fuel. So basically, you can reduce it from 5 million to about 1.6 million. So that's a huge reduction in terms of gas consumption, where basically that gas can be used for Brunei to use for other purposes or basically export. And also the cost of fuel, as earlier mentioned, fuel costs money. If we're assuming about $7 US per MMBTU, that equates to about 26 million per year that you actually save on fuel costs. Now, of course, if fuel costs go up, that's even a higher figure. And we intend to also, by implementing this new CCGT, to improve our overall generation efficiency, because we have mostly simple cycle machines, to increase it to about 41% from its current value of about 31%. The last but not least, we spoke about earlier on this greenhouse gas emissions. So if you avoid burning that amount of fuel, you actually also can reduce the CO2, which is carbon dioxide emissions, by about 320,000 tons per year. And that's quite a significant amount for a plant like this. Okay, so I spoke a bit about generation. Now I'll speak about what BPC is also doing in terms of venturing into the renewable energy, namely solar. So basically, this is an aerial picture of our headquarters office in Barakas. The big building in the middle is actually our HQ building. So we've installed solar panels on the rooftops of the stores, the main building, and also the car park. And this was commissioned already in December 2021, and this amounts to about 200 kilowatt peak. We recently commissioned ground solar as well, also at Barakas headquarters in March of 2022. So this is 34 kilowatt peak. So a bit of background on the design of solar. So the way it works is, so we've installed about 234 peak at Barakas, but the way it works is, in order for solar to generate power, you actually need the sun. And in Brunei, typically, for the BSB area, you get a potential output of about 4 kilowatt per kilowatt peak. So how it works is that basically, with the sun, then you can generate the electricity, yeah? So if you were to put this in the North Pole with no sun and all that, you probably won't be able to generate any electricity. And the energy yield based on theoretical value, you actually can get up to about 340,000 kilowatt hours per year. And if bearing in mind from a design basis, based on what we installed at Barakas, it actually can power about 48% of our building's consumption. So basically, virtually half of the building is actually powered by solar. So you don't need to use the energy from the grid. Now, one thing to note with solar, there's also a capacity factor to consider, which is about 17%. So how it works, if you install that full capacity of 234 kilowatt peak, you don't get that 234 out of it. You actually have basically, you can effectively utilize about 17% of that. So that's the theory behind it, okay? It's because of the way the sun shines on it and the duration of it during the day. So earlier I mentioned about the design part of it. Now this is the actual data that we have. So in a nutshell, what we have run the machines, the panels, we actually generated yield to date for the rooftop about 4.4 kilowatt hour per kilowatt peak, and ground installation about 4.61 kilowatt hour per kilowatt peak. So this is a bit higher than the theoretical value that we assumed earlier of 4 kilowatts per kilowatt peak. Now, this actually equates to, on this solar installation alone, about 304 or 305 tons of CO2 avoidance, yeah, that we could get into the atmosphere. Money-wise, that's about 29,000 worth of cost on electricity that we are saving, including the gas of about 50,000. Yeah. The only, I would say, downside of this, which I'll speak about a bit later, is that if you invest in this kind of solar technology, you don't expect to get your payback very fast. It takes about 15 years to get back your money's worth, which is not extremely short time. There we have our electric vehicle, the first BPC electric vehicle. It's the first MG electric vehicle in Brunei that we have, and that's actually being charged via the solar panels. So just to share some specs with you on the electric vehicle, number one is the cost. It's not extremely cheap. It costs us about $61,000. If you were to buy a petrol vehicle, same body with the engine of about 1.5 liters, it costs you about half of that or so, yeah. But the range of this electric vehicle on a full charge, it's about 263. The only drawback is it comes with a charger, which is not a quick charger. So it takes you about 8 hours to about 20 hours to charge it. So, you know, don't have any plans for dinner if you want to use it for long distance. Now, the monthly energy cost is about $25. Now, if you compare to fuel, there are a few challenges with this, yeah. So if you go to the petrol station, you queue up to buy your fuel, you probably pay $20, $30 depending on what car you have, and it's about what, 5-10 minutes. Okay, maybe time during Hari Raya time you spend a lot longer at the petrol station. But for a car like this, whether it's Hari Raya or not, it takes you about that long to charge it if you use the wall charger in your house. But it does definitely have a lot of more benefits in terms of no emissions, basically no noise, and no fuel required, apart from the batteries that run the machine. So moving forward, BPC, we want to actually do more solar installations, and we have a few sites that we have already identified. Our own sites that we own, like our substations, and also some of the community sites, like for example, Pusat Ehsan. And also furthermore, there's GIS and all that we're supporting to install more solar installations. We also provide this renewable energy consultancy services, so we want to be seen as the leaders in this field. And we're currently assessing the vehicle that we have for its viability, because we want to also look at increasing or replacing more of our fleet, which is gas-powered vehicles with solar vehicles, provided is viable. And last but not least, we're also looking at different sorts of RE projects like wind to supplement what we have, because the potential for wind is there. And we need to look at, because if you have a solar installation at night, it actually doesn't generate any power for you. So if you have sort of a hybrid system where you can have, you know, solar in the day and then wind at night, basically you can have that cycle that you actually can use to generate more electricity for your needs. Okay, so the future initiatives and challenges associated with these renewable energy projects. So for us as BPC, if we were to go with the target that is set for as per Wawasan 2035, this equates to about 84 megawatts of our power that needs to be basically solar, and that's like a huge installation. Our challenge as well, I mentioned earlier, we have our current power stations in Jerodong, Brakas, and Gadong. Now these areas are actually developed and they are, I would say, high demand areas. Yeah, so it's not easy to actually get land to develop for solar, where you need quite a large area of land. So something we can also maybe talk about in the future for opportunities is, if there's incentive for commercial and residential customers for like feed-in tariffs, then basically, you know, people can invest in it. Because right now, we as a company, of course, we're investing in it for our social responsibility. But if you were you know, using your personal funds and is this in your house and all that, would you want to kind of spend that money to get your payback in 15 years? You know, by the time your kids are already going to college, and they'll draw more money out of you as well. And also subsidized tax is something that we can consider, Because if I shared earlier, we looked at the car, how much it cost us, right? I mean, there's no real incentive if I was, using my own money. Why would I want to spend like double the price when I actually can get the same car for half the price? Only thing is petrol, right? And a lot of other countries, they have implemented fast charging stations. Now, fast charging stations also takes about maybe half an hour. So we have to bear in mind that there needs to be some facilities if you were to stay there for about half an hour to actually charge your car, compared to the maybe 5-10 minutes you were to go in a petrol station. And last but not least is low emission zones. So some countries have put in basically certain rates you have to pay if you basically you have electric vehicles. It costs you a lot less to go to central zones. And some countries charge you a lot if you have a petrol or even a diesel driven car. Like UK have actually started implementing that already. So if, say, Brunei, we want to go towards that direction, these are the areas we have to actually consider to make these renewable energy projects more viable to the general public. Yeah. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the eye-opening presentation, Mr. Bernard. So it's really interesting to see the waste heat recovery unit usually is based on steam, which Shafiq has mentioned previously, but it's using the cyclopentane cycle, which is I think more efficient. And also kudos to BPC as well for implementing this renewable energy, and the first one to put EVs. I think the first GLC to use EVs as part of the company. Now, I think moving on from the supply side, we want to hear out something from the demand side. So I would like to invite Ms. Nur Shazana Shamimi Haji Zamain, who is the project manager for Ecobumi Architect, to present her presentation.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Nur Shazana Shamimi, representing Ecobumi Architect. This afternoon, I'll be sharing a success story of the solar PV implementation in green buildings, so specifically the Abode Resort and Spa. Sustainable design. It is a complex aspect in the construction industry that has been trying to grapple. So as demand for environmental considerations builds, a growing number of investors are pushing for more sustainable business practices. So for instance, architects and engineers are designing more energy efficient buildings with the help of technology. So Brunei Darussalam has been at the forefront in supporting these global nations on United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDG as you know it, reaffirm its commitment through the establishment of the National Climate Change Policy with the 10 key strategies. The fourth key is known as the touches on renewable energy. Brunei aims to increase at least 30% of its total capacity in the power generation mix by using mainly solar PV by 2035. Based on Department of Energy, so according to their strategic objective number 3 on green energy, Brunei Darussalam targets to achieve 100 megawatts of solar PV installation by 2035. So this can be done through integration of renewable energy into green buildings such as residential, commercial, and industrial buildings. So showing here is the table. There's a study done by Brunei Shell Petroleum and Essentia on system value analysis, which was completed and launched just yesterday afternoon. So one of the success examples coming from commercial buildings privately owned with a solar PV installation is the Abode Resort and Spa. So the developer of this project is Eco Green Development Sdn Berhad. Ecobumi Architect is the lead architect and project manager for the Abode. So for those of you who doesn't know or is the first time hearing about this, it is actually located in Temburong district. The resort just started operation late last year in 2021, despite the peak of the second wave pandemic in Brunei. So this project also supports the Ministry of Primary Resources and Tourism, MPRT, and thus promotes Temburong as a tourist destination. So what is so unique about this resort? It operates on 100% off-grid solar power. So yes, it's 100% renewable energy. So to share further details on the initial implementation of how it came about, as the name suggests, eco resort, it signifies that sustainability as the key criteria on the designing of these green buildings. So with the concept of carbon offsetting, this can be done through funding the solar energy. So hence the developer has taken a step to brand the first commercial green building to ever use this off-grid system. So to identify the location of solar farm is actually very tricky. Due to the location of the abode itself, which is surrounded by the pristine forest surrounding it. It's actually by the river. And also due to the nature of the dense forest, the intention of trying to sustain as many trees as possible, because we're also trying to reduce the for a minimal destruction as many trees during construction. So for this one, the solar farm has to be located around 200 meters from the resort itself. So for this, we have to find a location where it is really where it could receive a sufficient amount of sunlight. I remember we had several options for this location that we finally decided for it to be located at this 200 meters from the resort itself. So, the resort's individual facilities are actually designed where it's using prefabricated structures using canvas rooftop. So a rooftop solar is not a feasible approach in this case. Hence, we have the solar farm. So just for information, the solar farm size is approximately 1,980 square meters. So let me go through the specs of the details of the solar PV design. So in total, there's 816 solar PV panels, which supply altogether 326 kilowatts as a system. So each panel supplies around 400 watts of the solar energy. Talking about the load capacity at a normal full operation load, it is estimated for a maximum demand of around 142 kilowatts. So for this system, we're using two numbers of solar inverters, which is 100 kilowatt each. So even though the panels provided is sufficient to provide 326 kilowatts, the energy used every time is only 200 kilowatts because of the inverters used. So we only have that maximum that we can use. So we have these batteries. There are altogether 280 numbers of batteries. These are the 12V gel type battery with capacity of storage of 420 kilowatt hour. So of course, during the planning of the design of this solar system, we took into consideration of the weather factor. So there is also a 200 kilowatt standby genset on site. So all of this equipment is actually stored and is centralized in one place in the resort called the Solar Gallery. So where in-house guests are able to visit and to get first experience and to be able to get knowledge about what the renewable energy is being used. So this is how it looks like for the batteries where it's being stored. So of course, with all this being constructed, there's always challenges in every project. So first, this project have gone through the first and second wave of pandemic, which when it hit Brunei. So it's of course, one of the critical issues is of course the shortages of manpower and logistics. As the solar panels are being brought from outside, this impacted the logistics, especially on its arrival to Brunei. So other challenges were the movement restrictions, shorter period. So, but of course, with all these challenges, this does not stop us from still wanting to achieve in contributing to Brunei's vision towards renewable energy. This brings us to how much this solar power installation at the abode contributes, approximately 0.3% to Brunei's share of renewable energy. Although the figures might not be, it's a small number, but it is a start where the private sector is taking the lead and also playing their role in supporting the green initiatives. So as the developer could only give a substantial amount of this, at the end of the day, cost matters. So this is in fact a big step. So also to share, there are other sustainable aspects that were considered during the design of this construction of the abode. So this includes repurposing the construction waste of from the Temburong Bridge, and is being repurposed to use as the road access driveway to the abode. So other things are also the trees that were cut to enable this project was also being repurposed as part of the elements. And it's also including locally sourced materials. Yeah. So at the end of the day, sustainability is everybody's business. Even with the pandemic, it shouldn't make us wait or stop in pushing our efforts to move forward in achieving the sustainable nation. So as highlighted by our director and principal architect Yanti Rahman, if we bergabung or collaborate with all relevant stakeholders, together we can achieve so much more. We always emphasize on a whole of nation approach. So this can be seen during the recent signing MOU between the Brunei's financial institution and Government Authority of Brunei Darussalam National Council, BNCC, where all relevant stakeholders play a significant role in advancing climate action solutions. So the MOU explores cooperation in areas of interest, such as identifying flagship projects in collaboration with the Department of Energy, such as the solar panel installment at residential housing. So this brings me to the ongoing project on the National Lugu Housing currently, phase 2, where solar panels are intended to be installed on the rooftop for 50 units of the houses. So it can be done, and we can generate more megawatts through residential housing. So through these various initiatives, we hope that individuals can start to consider using renewable energy as the power source to their homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shamimi. I think it's very exciting to see the contribution from Abode Resort, which is 0.3%. It's actually helping the government. It's actually quite huge. Thank you for being the trailblazer to be the first one to achieve 100% self-sufficiency. So next will be our last speaker. May I invite Mr. Olivier Varanek from Total Energies to deliver his presentation.
Sorry, just a challenge of size. So good afternoon. So my name is Olivier. I'm from Total Energies. I'm the technical and operation manager for Total Energy in Brunei. So first of all, thank you to your host, and also I wanted to thank the other speakers, because as an engineer, it's always very, very interesting to come back to the basics. Okay, power generations, or to offset also. And indeed, through this energy transition that we're going to talk, and that we are talking about today, it's a lot of is from the power generation, indeed. A lot of is how do we offset. But what I'm going to talk about today, it's also how do we reduce our emissions, okay? Because what does it mean reducing our emissions? It's doing sometime more, or doing at least the same with less, or with less waste. Okay. So Total Energies, as a major oil and gas operator, we are indeed committed to meet this net zero ambition by 2050. And we have set a lot of targets. Okay. Our CEO is very, very much involved into that. You know that it's becoming more and more important also in the financing community. So a lot of communication and reporting is associated to the ESG. And as engineers, as operators, we are indeed here to develop and implement these reductions and this transition. So today, I'm going to talk about the carbon footprint reductions and how this is being implemented worldwide as the scale of Total Energy. Total Energy is a major oil and gas operator across the world. We are operating oil and gas fields indeed, but more and more, since energy is transforming, okay, we have been talking about that today, we are also transforming ourselves and becoming a multi-energy company. And this is why you can see these nice pictures of solar panels. A few years back, I'm sure everybody in this room was not expecting this kind of nice solar panel pictures for an oil and gas operator. So this is becoming the new Total Energies, and we have this ambition of becoming this multiplayer or multi-energy provider across the world with more and more electricity, more and more renewables. And I don't want to say less and less oil and gas, of course, because this is our core activity, or to produce more with less emissions. This is part of the ambition. This is the challenge. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so first of all, what does it mean? I hope everybody is familiar with Scope 1 and 2. Okay, but just a quick reminder. Scope 1 and 2 are actually the direct emissions. The direct emissions that our activity as an oil and gas operator, we are emitting. The direct emissions of CO2, methane, and all these other fancy gases that are polluting the atmosphere. There is indeed a Scope 3, but I'm going to be focusing on the Scope 1 and 2, Scope 3 being the indirect emissions. Scope 1 are directly connected to our own operations. Okay. Scope 2 is the energy that we're buying from a third party to run our own operations. Okay, so this is why at the group level, at the company level, we are reporting Scope 1 and 2. And one of the main challenges is indeed how to reduce. Okay, so the company is mobilized around, first of all, how to reduce the CO2 and using the best available technologies. I will not go through all the figures, but what you can see on the chart here is the company figures at the level of the group. Okay, so we started with a baseline established in 2015 with more than 46 million tons of CO2 being emitted across all our operations in the upstream and downstream. And we have a roadmap indeed. As I said, it's very, very much driven by our CEO, but also very much driven now more and more by the financing community. And you can see very clearly that it has been already presented by my predecessors that to reduce our emissions, we need higher efficiency on the power generation, so the CCGT. We need indeed to reduce our emissions, and this is what I'm going to talk about. And inside the reduction of the emissions, we need to be more efficient also, but I'm going also to talk about carbon capture and storage, and also carbon capture and utilization, or to utilize the CO2. And we have this nature-based or carbon sinks. I think we briefly touched on it, is how to offset our emissions. Okay. So we have a target in Total Energy at the company level to reduce by more than 40% by 2030 the emissions that are associated to our activities, the oil and gas activities. So how do we do that? How do we do that? First of all, as an oil and gas operator, you know that it's been like this for decades, but we are flaring. A part of the energy that we need to use is associated also to waste energy through the flaring. And for that, one of the very strong commitment that has been taken is, first of all, is to stop what we call the routine flaring. Okay, so what is routine flaring? Is associated to your process. Okay, the oil and gas process to treat oil, to treat gas. Okay, you need to flare, and this is why usually on the oil and gas field you always see a flare, and it can be big or small. And I will go back to that, depending on the quantity of fuel gas that you need. So stopping the routine flaring is an objective, as a target for us. It imposed a lot of modifications required sometime on the fields because in particular, in certain areas of the world we have been flaring, it's true, for quite a while. It's a waste energy. So stopping flaring means we are also recovering some energy that we can afterwards supply to our clients. We talked about that. It's how to improve the energy efficiency. You have a lot associated, a lot of processes that requires indeed power. Sometimes we have the power generation on our site. Sometimes, like in Brunei, we get it supplied by the grid or by a third party. But improving the energy efficiency, what does it mean? It means, first of all, as I just mentioned, is reduce the use of the fuel gas, okay? Or optimize the power consumption. So to do more or to do at least the minimum, the same, but with less energy. This is what it means for us be improving the energy efficiency. So these two, stopping flaring and improving energy efficiency, are the two main pillars that you can see maybe up. I hope you can see the slide, yes, which is how do we reduce emissions? Afterwards, there is two more pillars, which is having alternative source of power. So what we call the green power. So this can come from many type of renewables energies, of course. Here in Brunei, the first thing we think about is, of course, the solar. And there's not much wind, but in other places of the world, we're also developing wind farms. Okay. So I will not go too much into that, but I want to jump straight to the last one, which is carbon capture. Okay. Carbon capture and storage, or carbon capture and utilization, the so-called CCS or CCU. Well, first of all, they are very capex intensive. So this is why you don't see much of them nowadays. Well, we do believe that it's going to be one of the pillars for the next decades to come to reduce the emissions. We have already launched projects for carbon capture in Norway. Okay, we are launching others in Netherlands. Okay, where we are actually connecting our main emitters, some refineries, and also some third parties, which can be sometime cemetery plants. Okay, we are big emitters. We are capturing their CO2 and we are storing them into sometime old and depleted gas fields or oil fields, or sometime into aquifer. So there are two projects that are there being developed by Total Energies in North Sea, and some others are also developing the same. Okay, so North Sea is a kind of main area nowadays for us where we can develop the CCS. But there is also CCU, because once you capture the CO2, which is the most expensive part, you can capture CO2 with amine unit, usually the AGIU. You can also see, how can I utilize my CO2? You have processes, you have other industries that need CO2 to manufacture urea or to manufacture methanol. They need CO2. It's part of the process, it's part of the key component that they need. So, or to integrate ourselves, we are emitting CO2. They need CO2. That's part of the synergies and mutual approach that we're trying to seek also. Now, that's for the CO2, which is one of the main gas that is part of the equation for the GNG. But the other one is methane. Methane is, maybe you know it, but let me remind it, it's in terms of GHG, it's 25 more impactful than CO2, and it remains longer into the atmosphere. Okay, so we've been thinking too much, or we have been thinking a lot about CO2, but we are more and more now targeting the methane. And we have an ambition, and we target also, is aiming at zero methane emissions. And here again, we set some targets, and some are very, very close. We're talking about reducing by 50% our methane emissions on our operated sites by 2025. So in 3 years from now. So I can tell you that inside the company, this is bringing a lot of challenges because it requires some modifications in the process. It requires investment sometimes. And of course, we have this 2030 objective and target, which is to reduce our methane emissions by 80%. How do we do that? First of all, it's monitoring and measuring. So methane, where it's come from, it can be vented from the process. It can be unburned parts from the flares. And so it can be a bit of everywhere. It can be fugitive emissions also. So we need to monitor and be able to measure that gas. So this is what we're going to do actually. Is, we're launching drone surveys worldwide. We are measuring with cameras everywhere. And this is going to be happening also in Brunei. Leak detections are indeed very much important. And just told you about how to reduce or the flaring, because the less you flare, the less emissions you have. But the better you flare, the better efficiency you have on your flaring, less unburns you have, so less CH4 you have. And the venting also through the cold flare, it's part of the things that, and part of the process that we want to reduce. Okay? Now, this is the nice picture at corporate level worldwide. And what are we doing in Brunei? So we've been here in Brunei for more than 20 years, at least operating. We're operating the Block B, and we have in Lumut our process plant. Our process plant is connected to the DES network. So we are one of the clients of DES. And, sorry, okay. And we've been operating that field with, and for quite a long, I can say, we had always this in mind: how do we reduce our carbon footprint? How do we make it more efficient? And we had several things. We did several things over 20 years. And the first thing is it started from the design itself. When we designed the plant 20 years ago, instead of burning fuel gas to generate power, basically what we did, well, basically, we just said that we have a very reliable electricity provider, which is DES. We're going to connect the plant to the national grid. So our primary power generation today, it's DES. We are connected to the plant. We're not generating power, okay? And I can tell you, we have other projects coming up where we are following the same philosophy. We will need more power because we are extending the life of the field. We will need more power. And this extension of the field will be made with the same philosophy, requiring power from DES. We're not going to install additional power generation. So that's the first thing. And this indeed generates Scope 2 for us. This is the energy we're buying from outside. So we are very much, of course, interested by having a very efficient electricity provider. The other thing also by design, what we did, we are operating 3 unmanned platforms offshore, and our platforms are equipped with solar panels. Okay, you don't see that very often. Okay, I can tell you. Basically, what does it do? It helps to control and provide power to the control system of the platforms. Okay, so this is done by design. Okay, now these very nasty pictures that you can see on the left is no longer existing for quite a while. Actually, this is what you can see in many places around the world. But more than 10 years ago, actually, exactly 12 years ago, we decided to change our philosophy. We decided to invest to reduce this type of flaring. And today, and actually for quite a while now, for more than almost 7 or 8 years, this is the flare when you come to our process plant. This is the type of flare you can see. So much less energy that is being wasted. We cut by more than 20 the energy that is being wasted. Okay, by just reducing the flaring. And this fuel gas that do not consume is being exported, actually. Is reused and commercialized to our main customer, our main buyer, which is BLNG. But we have other actions, and I will finish on that. It's indeed continuing monitoring our emissions. I told you about the drone surveys. Okay. Further reduce the process venting on CH4 and CO2. There is always adjustments, optimizations that we can do. And this is part of the studies that we are doing nowadays to go further and to go beyond what we have already done. Further reduce what we call the safety flaring. even though we have reduced the routine flaring, there's always a little amount that is required to be maintained in a flare. But you have solutions, technical solutions today that you can implement those technical solutions, the so-called closed flare, for instance, where basically you don't need any more flare. Okay. And not the last but not the least, because a lot of people have been talking about solar, and I've started my presentation with a nice picture of a solar panel, is develop onshore solar farms. And here we have projects, we have ambitions to go with several megawatts to power our plant, to power also any opportunities that we could get here in Brunei to develop solar farms. And I think this is my last slide. Sorry, my Malay is not very good. Terima kasih. Yeah.
Thank you, Olivier. It's good to see the rebranding of Total into Total Energies, adopting these green technologies. So we actually have another 5 more minutes, which is running out of time. Maybe we can quickly invite all the speakers to take their seats in front. Maybe I'll just shoot some of the questions from the crowd. So there's a burning question from the audience. So the question is directed to, I think, BPC and DS as utilities. So the question is, how does the utility able to sustain the supply of security while advocating to this energy transition to, let's just say, RE or this low carbon technologies? Maybe I'll start off with Shafiq.
Okay. So, Tuan Martin, can you repeat the question again?
So it's about how would you balance, while maintaining the energy security, while you're also in parallel, like promoting this renewable energy, going for these low carbon technologies.
Okay. Thank you for the question. Basically, one thing's first. Our main goal is to have a reliable security on giving power to the nation. So, of course, end of the day, we will still focus on natural gas as is the reliable source at the moment. In the meantime, while doing that, because solar, it's growing, the technology is growing, especially the solar, but it's not that reliable and the cost effective is not that great at the moment, but it's going to be there, inshallah. So again, for DES perspective, security is more important at the moment. So we'll still focus on more to CCGT, which is actually a combined cycle power plant. Yeah, thank you.
So for Tuan Bernard.
So earlier in my presentation, I mentioned that, whether we like it or not, the load is actually growing, right, at a steady rate. And again, whether we like it or not, as producers of electricity, we need to, I would say, invest in new generation. And I spoke about like CCGT. So that's like our core, I would say, business per se. The solar or I would say the wind part of things, which is the renewable energy, that's not core, that's more secondary. We still are committed towards it. And because we are actually a private company, we're also looking at how actually we can continue to invest in it and get, like I would say, a return on investment. So that's why I say, like right now, if we look at it, the amount of money we pump into these projects like the renewable, it doesn't pay back so fast. It'll take you a while before you actually get it back. But in the future, when things change, because if you look at it today, the cost of petrol in Brunei is really cheap. It's we're very blessed being one of the few countries in the world that actually where petrol is actually cheaper than water. And also the cost of electricity also is not extremely high. But if you look at, neighboring countries, those tariffs are very, very different, So if you look at that angle, and that's where I spoke about, if there are opportunities in the future for these changes in policy and changes in infrastructure, then yes, I would say, that could be an angle. But right now, as BPC, as a company, the one that we're delving into is more effective generation, which is similar to what our colleagues from DES also did mention. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. Maybe the next question is for Shamimi. So this is regarding the experience being the project manager, managing the Abode Resort. So what can you explain your experience doing the project during the pandemic?
Hello, yeah. Okay, thank you for the question. So yes, we started this project in 2020. And as you know, we did start it before the pandemic, and it happened to have, unfortunately, twice actually, during when we started to design and as well as during the construction. So the challenges is really, I mean, the first is the manpower issues. So that on that note, we can't really have, it bursts our timeline and target basically. So with that, it also, the challenges in terms of the client's revenue has been impacted because, say, for example, they wanted to open in October. No, so because of all this, it has shifted to December. So these are the things that are very challenging, how to cater with the contractor and as well as the client's needs. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Because we are running out of time, maybe last question to Mr. Olivier. This person is actually interested in carbon capture and storage. He was asking, can you please elaborate, where do you utilize this stored carbon? Maybe about the same.
Well, if we're talking about the CCS, so carbon capture and storage, you need to find a place where to store it once you capture it. So the technology to capture it does exist today. The challenge is to transport the CO2 to the place where you are going to capture to store it, because usually it's not the same, and you need huge storage volume. And so it's either stored in depleted oil and gas reservoirs or in aquifers. That's the two places where you can store this huge amount of CO2. Okay, and we have two projects nowadays being developed in North Sea, as I said. North Sea, maybe it's highly subsidized environment. So because these CCS projects are very capex intensive, so to develop CCS project, you need because it's the payback. It's quite very long, and you're not producing anything. You're just storing CO2, so just storing your waste. It's the support of government in Europe. We have the Green Deal. Okay, it's very supportive to develop this kind of technology.
So unfortunately, we have reached to the end of the session. I guess if you have any further questions, you can approach them after the session. Let's give a big round of applause to the speakers. So with that, I'll pass it over to Shima. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you very much for the engaging session from all the panelists. Without further ado, we would like to invite Yang Mulia Haji Iskandar bin Haji Yahya, co-chairs of Energy Symposium and Seminar, to present the token of appreciation. Please to invite Yang Mulia Muhammad Shafiq bin Badar, Mr. Binaj Christian, Yang Mulia Nur Shazana Shamimi binti Haji Zamain, last but not least, Mr. Olivier Branelak. Thank you, Yang Mulia Haji Azhar bin Haji Iskandar bin Haji Yahya. Distinguished guests and esteemed attendees, in view of time, we would like to remind that the event for the final session will start immediately. Yes, yeah. Kindly please reminded that we would like to remind the event for the final session will start immediately.
Can I please invite all the speakers for session 5 to be chaired in front, please? Probably you sit down for a while.
You want me to sit? Okay, no worries. I'll just leave this here.
Okay, sure. Sini. Sini. Mana saja.
Distinguished guests and esteemed attendees, the theme for the last session today will be on enabling technology in challenging fields. We would like to call upon our host, Yang Mulia Nur Ilmi binti Haji Tengah, Acting Asset Production and Operation Director of Petroleum Authority of Brunei Darussalam. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. I would like to say to all our invited speakers and distinguished guests, welcome to the session 5 and the last session for our seminar for this afternoon. So for this session, we will go through the enabling technology in challenging fields. So we will go through insight into a special overview of deep water perspective to unlock the opportunities through utilizing the latest development in research and technologies. So digitalization's innovation pipeline of the future will be deliberated and how it will shape the oil and gas industry. Okay. So I have about 5 speakers for this afternoon who will share the experiences and knowledge in related topics. If I may remind to all that Q&A session will be touched once all the speakers have presented. So there is a Slido software for you to tap your queries, and inshallah, if time allows, I will go through them. So first of all, I would like to introduce to you Mr. Gran Voroba. So he's the discipline expert from Petronas Malaysia. So he has 35 experience of global experience in the oil and gas industry, primarily in America, Australia, New Zealand, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East. So I give the floor to you, Mr. Gran. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for that warm welcome. And first, thank you very much to Petroleum Authority and Department of Energy for the invitation to speak today. At Petronas, we're innovating constantly, and you will have seen Animal at our showcase booth. We're also going to talk about pipeline of the future and many other things. Innovation to us in front end also includes, and technology also includes agile. and working at pace and agility. So what I want to talk to you today about is deep water early production system and ways that we can use this to look to unlock value that otherwise would be unlocked, or de-risk deep water projects as we work in a very very difficult and challenging environment. The reason that this is of interest to us here is Petronas is stepping out into deeper water globally. We have a presence here in Brunei, which is oriented to deep water. And so this particular talk is particularly important to us as we look at potential use in order to de-risk and unlock value. So what's special about deep water compared to other hydrocarbon developments? Well, we have the same challenges. We have challenges related to data uncertainty, and we also have the balancing of the speed and the cost in which to bring those developments on. And unfortunately, those two issues are at cross purposes in many cases. In deep water, in particular, becomes an issue just because of the impact of data uncertainty. You don't understand the reserve, the fluid quality. You're not really sure about well placement, where to put your wells and design, and you're not really sure of your production forecast. And these things, culminate, if you don't understand them, to potential overinvestment and potential uneconomic projects after they've been implemented. So in deep water, these issues are exacerbated. And therefore, we have to find ways of de-risking and gaining the value at the right time in order to ensure we're making the right decisions and providing the company with the best economic outcome possible. So within Petronas, we've been, as we've stepped out into these deep water fields, taken a look at opportunities to apply deep water early production systems. Now, it's one of these things, what old is sometimes new again. And, EPSs, particularly around marginal fields, shallow water are not unique. And they have been used and tested in deep water environments in other parts of the world, but not necessarily here routinely. And so, we've done some assessment as we've started to step out into deep water opportunities and exploration prospects, and identified whether some, because not all, deep water prospects are really appropriate for deep water EPSs, but we've evaluated where there can be value add in some cases. So what is a deep water EPS at first? Well, it's a relatively straightforward, fit for purpose development concept that looks at a deployment of an early production unit in order to start to understand reservoir prospectivity, fluid, understand productivity early before you're having to make the major investment decisions related to full field development. Now, with this, you gain value of information. You ensure that you can generate cash flow, and in some cases, decisions are made in terms of the length of the EPS based on a certain economic return. You also can ensure that there's a structured decision-making process, because before you make those major full field decisions, you actually can get some certainty around your productivity and make choices. The choice may be that it's not worth continuing to full field. You may make a choice to continue with the EPS, through its lifetime. You may make a choice to transition from an EPS to a full field development, but you make that choice based on information, and you make that choice with a more appropriate capital investment decision in front of you. So that's really what a deep water EPS is all about. And it's something that we're taking a look at for our deep water fields, and it may be something, as I said, could be appropriate here for the rest of the region and Brunei. So where could you use EPSs? I think I've highlighted these in general, but it really is part of a structured set of decisions. The far left is related to extended well tests, not unique in our industry. We tend to take, you tend to gather information on well testing, but they tend to be done on a very short term. Now, early production systems, as far as we're concerned, would be a 2+ year period in which you're deploying temporary facilities and producing out of a small number of wells in order to understand the reservoir. And then, as I said, you can make the choices to either stop because the reservoir does not support development. You can continue, which has been done in certain areas like Petrojarl in the North Sea, where you can continue using the EPS for the entire field. You can look at ultimately replacing the EPS with a full field, like what's been done at Atlanta in Brazil. And then there's been some recent examples in Angola in which the EPS has continued to operate and in fact been used as a lever for infrastructure-led exploration. So an EPS started, it was found to be economic, and prospectivity around it could be then developed, and now the EPS is being tied back to as a cluster development. So that kind of portfolio view of using an extended production system, whether it's in the area or multiple redeployments, is also something that from a Petronas point of view, we find quite interesting, and something that you might also find could be applicable here. It's a little bit of a grainy picture, but acceleration of information and the value of information is part of an EPS. Acceleration of cash flow and starting to generate positive revenue as you understand the reservoir and then make better decisions around your development plan and optimize your capital investment is also part of an EPS. Our assessment on both case studies we've done internally, as well as looking at where EPSs have been successful in general, allow a production window of up to 5 years, to be accelerated. Now at a lower revenue and a lower production rate, but during that 5-year period, by the time you start an EPS and begin to actually gather information, set a more optimal development plan, set a better capital investment strategy, you're gaining revenue and then able to deploy the right solution. And as I said, going back to that decision tree of continuing and stopping the EPS at the end of the field life, transitioning to full field development with new facilities, or upgrading if you have a high side case. So our experience, our assessment is showing that we have a potential of a 5-year acceleration using an EPS, and in this clearly giving not just value for the decision, but improvement in overall revenues. So I think I've touched on the main value creation things. I just want to leave this slide with you before my time runs up, as it's kind of the key levers that an EPS brings. So I mentioned reservoir uncertainty. Gathering information clearly is important, both on so many fronts. As I said, reserves, fluid quality, productivity, on a well placement, well count, so you can make better investments. The acceleration in gaining that early production, as I said, it might not be the highest economic slice of production, but you're making money while you're gathering that information, rather than necessarily having an extended exploration or appraisal program in which it is simply a sunk cost, and then potentially finding that you have a reservoir that's not economic to develop. The third thing, improving that cash flow by that early monetization, which I guess ultimately all rolls up into minimizing life cycle cost. And we've taken a look at successful EPSs and our own case studies. We would expect that through a life cycle on, let's say, a unit technical cost basis, that in EPS development in the right field, because it has to be, as I said, in the right application, could potentially lead to a 10% target reduction in UTC. And we've seen cases where at the extreme, a 30% reduction could be achieved. So just as I said, we have a lot of innovative technology that's going to be talked about here today. I wanted to highlight this as an agile technology that could potentially be used. And as we all start to step in this region out into deeper water, something that we can start to consider. One final thing before I leave, because I know my bell's been rang. So one final thing, this is only successful through collaboration by all teams very, very early in the development cycle. So if you're already drilling wells and you then start to talk about EPS solutions, you're probably too late. This is something that needs to be starting at the prospect phase. And that's something in Petronas that I'll just leave with you as a lesson learned that we've had, that successful collaboration at the prospect phase, before you're even thinking of drilling the well, is where you can identify potential candidates, and then you can start to mature these things in parallel. Now, in some cases, you might have a dry hole, and well, these things happen. But you can at least be prepared so you can act quickly and move very rapidly from that early exploration discovery into an EPS first oil. So with those observations, Madam Chairman, I will pass the floor back. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Grant, for going through the introduction of the early production system optimization, going through the pros and cons of it. So next, I would like to invite Yang Mulia Awang Surudin bin Saleh, who's currently the head of production boosting squad and geoscience from Total Energy. So he has about 30 years of experience in the energy industry, working with the international oil companies at global, regional, and local events, as well as joint ventures. I'm pleased to invite Mr. Surudin.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for staying here in the late afternoon of Friday. I hope this subject is going to be quite interesting to everyone. And hopefully some of you are in the technical background, so this talk will be a bit meaningful. Thank you for the introductions. Yeah, my name is Surudin. I'm a renewable energy manager for Total. Well, I'm not going to talk about renewable right now because it's the subject that's been covered before. I will focus. I'm running a team at the moment, what they call production boosting squad geosciences. So I think I owe some explanations because there are a couple of people was asking me what's the meaning of production boosting squad geoscience. It's unusual a little bit, but I think what it is this a team comprises of 2 GNR, geophysics, geology, and also reservoir engineer. But on top of that, we include the production engineer, process engineer, and also well performance engineer. So basically we integrate all this talent in this department with an objective of basically boosting the productions in the field. When we talk about that, usually we talk about a reservoir subsurface, right? But in this team, it's not only talking about that reservoir, but it's also how to connect it to the well, how to bring that hydrocarbon up to the surface, pass it to the facilities, and basically to optimize the productions. So I hope I explained that briefly on the team that we have. But I think before I give you an example, because this is talking about the technologies in Brunei and in Total, I would like to introduce Total. Maybe some of you didn't know where Total is.
So let's focus on the map first. So Total do exist in Brunei though. We have a concessions offshore Brunei. So all those, the red, do we have a pointer? Basically the red blob on the map on the left-hand side is our block. We call it block B. The locations of this block is about 60 kilometers from this room, and it's in the water depth of 50-60 meters. So it's a shallow marine area. Total Energies is the operator for this block. We have a partners BEE and also Shell Deepwater Brunei. Shell Deepwater Brunei is basically have 35%, BEE is 27.5%. So as I said, we are the operator. We produce the gas and condensate through PMA, production petroleum mining agreement, and it is an offshore conventional HPHT. So that is basically the key point, the key words here, HPHT, high pressure and high temperature. We believe that we have done quite well in this area. 1989 is where we first discover our field. We call it Mahajalela. And our first gas development is 1998, 1999. We've been here for 30 years, 30 plus years. You heard from Olivier just now. We've been operating our OPP plant for 20 plus years. We have two platforms with the first gas in February 1999, July 2016. In order for us to prolong our productions, we drill more well, and finally we have the third platform installed in July 2016. So it's quite an achievement for us. As I said, we produce gas condensate productions from this platform, and it's really unmanned platform, 85 kilometers pipeline to offshore. We send the gas to BLNG, our friendly neighbor LNG, accepting our gas there, and we send the liquid to Syria terminal, Scott, with our another friendly neighbor BSP. So we really have a very good relationship with them, and that's why we're still here producing it. Now, I have a background of geophysics, and it's not complete if I don't show a little bit of seismic and then geology. Basically, this is extracted from regional book of Brunei Darussalam. And what you can see is we have a seismic data going from southwest to northwest directions. This is actually quite famous seismic data. It was shot in 1984. It really covered from the onshore Brunei to Punyit, the shallow area, shallow marine field, champion, of course, everybody knows that. And then the reason why I choose this section is actually going through in our field, Mahajalela, and covering the shelf area and to the deep water. The main takeaway from this is, if you look at the geological background, the geological interpretations, the bottom bit of this slide is just to show how complex the area is. Now, if you look at on the deep water area, it seems to be folded, right? So this kind of behavior, we call it, is being squeezed. And those squeezes are actually coming from the opening up of the South China Sea. On the inland area where you can see all those yellow blobs there, that's Champion Delta. So everybody knows that. So the Champion Delta is expansions, progradations, and together with the compressions in it makes really complex around this area. Now you can see that the geologist is trying to draw all those red lines there. That is actually fault. And obviously, if you look at the Mahajalela field where I circled that around that area, it is a complex area. Combinations of the horizontal stress, vertical stress, opening of the South China Sea, the progradations of the delta. it really makes things complicated. What is the point? The point is the field that we have here in Brunei, where we have Marajalala, comprised of high pressure, high temperature, and is really difficult to produce. And what we have for us, the challenges that we have here have created the opportunity for Total. Now, before I give you an example, I will give you an example, two technologies that we have that we use in Total. I will summarize a little bit on how complex the area is. And this is actually, if you look at the slides on the right-hand side, is petrophysical logs. This is petrophysics data. What you can see is, if I want to explain it very simply, anything that's in yellow, orange on the right-hand side is where we want to produce the hydrocarbon, if it's filled with hydrocarbon. Those are the map. On the left-hand side is the map of the field that we have. If I want to summarize the descriptions of it is a consolidated reservoir, late Miocene of age. Basically, what we're talking about is 5 to 10 millions of age of this reservoir, multi-layer reservoir, thickness of 25 meters. The pressure is high. We drill pretty deep stuff at about 5,500, 5.5 kilometers. And that particular depth here is quite deep. The pressure is about 1,160 bars, and that is about 16,000 PSI, if you were familiar with PSI. So we need at least 15K rig to drill these formations. And how many rigs are there? 15,000 worldwide. It's really limited. So that's how challenging this work is. Now, what is the take from this slide is basically the 25 meters of the reservoir thickness. That is very thin compared to what you drill at 5 kilometers. Now, the issue is here, the challenges here is the resolution itself. So the seismic have a lot of challenge to identify this reservoir in the seismic sections. So that is basically the introductions, and now I'll show you two techniques that we use when we explore and produce these formations. So one of it is the well prognosis, time depth conversions. Unfortunately, seismic is only in time, and you need to convert into depth. If you look and on the left-hand side, you need to have a velocity model. And that velocity model is the initial model. And if you look at in the middle of this diagram, you can see that the variation laterally. So you need to produce these highly accurate velocities in order for you to drill the formations. So what's the big deal? The big deal is when you drill this stuff, if you compare it to the real well penetrations, this is an example of the well that we drill around this area, which is actually located in the middle of the map. The comparison between the old model versus the new model. What you can see in gray, it shows that the uncertainty as you go deeper when you penetrate these HPH deformations. As an example, look at the bottom bit there. The uncertainty of these formations is about 90 meters. And that's quite big, it's quite high. And if you give this information to the driller, they will be a bit nervous. But using our new technology, in-house proprietary workflow, we have reduced it into less than 10 meters. And that's quite interesting, because the less than 10 meter is hardly to achieve, especially in this kind of formations. Those are the challenges that we have so far. And now if I want to bring forward one more step ahead, we can use those velocities and change it, the image, improve the imaging as much as you can. So I hope this is working. This is a little bit, some animations. You can see the seismic data, the image has been improved drastically. And of course, if you give this data to the geologists, they'll start interpreting it. Now, what we did is with the improvement of this image, we can improve the interpretations of the geology in this area. And of course, it's really helpful, especially when you have the high pressure and high temperature field that we have in this area. Now, if I want to bring one more step ahead, so before it was vertical resolutions. Now, if you time slice it, you have a horizontal resolutions. What you can see here is the workflow that we have in-house. And we add a lot of, for example, this one we use a GCC, our in-house proprietary software. We include a lot of attributes to it. And basically we produce this image. And if I go one more step on that, we actually can predict the fall pattern very easily. So if I give this this data to my kids, probably it's pretty easy for them to draw on the fall pattern in this area. What's the big deal about this? Well, if you are drilling a well, you better make sure that you know how big your compartment is. You really need to know where the fall pattern is, exactly where it is, because when you drill this well, it's not cheap, high pressure, high temperature. So we think we have done a good job in terms of imaging. That's all I have so far for these presentations. Basically, in conclusions, it is a complex HPHT field, but I think we overcome it in Total. We are still producing it. And that's why we think that what we do so far is in line with what we need to do. The complexity of the area compartmentalizations has been improved through the imaging, through the technology. And of course, the depth uncertainty with the lateral velocity variations predictions has improved our interpretation as we drill through the formations. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Surudin, for sharing an insight on the subsurface data of Block B. I know Block B have been on production for quite a while now in Brunei. So next, I would like to invite Yang Mulia Haja Sofia binti Haji Omar. So she's the digitalization manager and technology lead with Brunei Shell Petroleum. So she has been in the oil and gas industry for more than 28 years now, with an HR and digitalization background. I would like to invite Puan Haja Sofia.
Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Before I start, I just want to start with a quick introduction of Brunei Shell Petroleum, or BSP, or what our Total Energies refer to us as friendly neighbor. And I'm sure Total feels the same way as well. I mean, Petronas feel the same way as well. So we are a joint venture between Shell PLC, headquartered now in London, and the Brunei government. We've been around for more than 90 years. We're an upstream business, and we have around 4,000 employees on our organization. And at any given time on our facilities, we have another 15,000 contractors. We have onshore and offshore facilities and some very challenging fields. So in our new strategy that we introduced earlier this year, it's called BSP Bersatu. We reaffirmed our commitment to deliver hydrocarbons to our shareholders and to the country. We do this also through digitally enabled ways of working. And so that also captures technologies as a whole. So my conversation this afternoon is going to be talking about how we've applied technologies throughout our existence. And while we continue to implement physical technologies, we're increasingly acquiring more digital solutions in our workplace. So like I said, we've been around for around 100 years, and our first field, our first discovery was in 1929 in Syria. 5 years before that, This success is attributed to the first gravimetric seismic survey that we acquired 5 years before that discovery. And in this slide, you'll see that we'll continue to apply various technologies over the years, and some of which are shown here. There's of course a lot more. And during the years, we've also acquired the latest seismic survey of that time over those 100 years. And what is fascinating about this slide is that it shows that every time we apply that new seismic technology, we acquire and have more data production. So today, our seismic data production is 1 million times more than it was in the 1980s. And yes, we have calculated every single one of them to make sure the accuracy of this data. And what probably is more fascinating about this is that it's 3 times more larger than it was just in 2014. And of course, that is attributed to OBN survey that we acquired in 2019, 2020. I'll talk about that in a while, but I just wanted to explain why we invest in so much technologies over the years. And it's because of this. First of all, it is about our productivity and our ways of working. We do want to make our processes faster. We do want to make sure that we don't need to put our employees and our contractors in harm's way. And of course, we need to also avoid unnecessary costs. But more importantly, the reason why we apply those technologies over the years is because of the business value that it generates. Every time we introduce a new proven technology in our workplace, it produces more business value than we intended without it. So why do we emphasize in applying all that and then talk about how we're moving from physical to digital technologies altogether? Well, there's a couple of reasons why. So I'll put here a couple of examples. So first of all, we're looking to look for faster outcomes, kind of like what my colleagues on stage talked about in their own presentations. So in the faster outcomes, I've put in there a comparative example between when BSB first introduced the snake well. So when we first introduced snake well and we designed it in 2001, we were only able to implement snake well 3 years later in 2003. Whereas when I first introduced a digital solution that was made in-house in 2018, from the point that it was designed, developed, scaled up, implemented across the board, it actually took us 3 months. And I understand that these two examples are very different. They are very different subject matters as well. But the reality is we gained a lot of significant business value from those two examples. The other one that you see here is our relationship with data. So we do produce a lot of data through various sources. And from collating, gathering that information, integrating the different data sources, and then trying to make sense of it through analysis, and ultimately trying to get at the data-driven decisions, that all takes digital solutions at almost every step that we go through this process. So I talked about OBN seismic survey, ocean bottom node survey that we have acquired in 2019 through 2020. So as many of you know, it has become an industry standard. So first of all, it's a safer way to acquire that seismic data. And the quality that you get is more beneficial for users because it has that full azimuth of the subsurface information that we acquire. So in BSB's acquisition during 2019 and 2020, it happens to be the largest in the country and in the Shell global community. So we come in second behind Shell in Nigeria. So you can imagine how significant that is for not only BSB, but for the country. And what does it mean for BSB? Well, it also means that our shareholders are investing further in the data that we need to understand our complex and challenging subsurface information, our subsurface fields. My next two examples is latching onto the digital solutions that we have started to undertake in terms of our digital transformation journey. The reason why I chose these two examples is because I know that other upstream companies have also their own versions of these two digital solutions and have built them using their own in-house capabilities, as BSB have. The first example is looking at structural trap identification. So kind of like what our colleague just talked about from Total Energies. And this is about automating the process of identifying structural traps. As some of you may know, manually scanning the seismic data horizon is a repetitive activity. And what we've done is apply some smart algorithms to automate the process to identify the structural traps quickly, so that an activity that normally takes around 30 days now takes around a few days, 7 days at most. But you can imagine that we're allowing our scientists, geoscientists, to work on more complex activity rather than think about these manual activities as we go along. The other example that I have in here is applying some smart algorithms in our work to generate insights, is our well trajectory design to target objectives while avoiding obstacles. So as many of you know, this activity takes around 30 days or even a few months. And with these smart algorithms, what we've done is to automate this process to target objectives with collision avoidance. And the results is produced in a matter of hours, 2 days at most. In terms of our shared learnings, though, when we apply technologies, whether they have been proven in other environments or we're applying it new in BSB altogether, there's a conducive environment that is needed for those technologies. And I've put in here a few of those shared learnings. So first of all, you need a learning environment where people are willing to learn new and be willing to have a learner's mindset or growth mindset. So meaning that they understand when failures happen, you need to move on to the next possible solution. And in doing that, you're also learning what really can be a success story rather than trying to pursue a technology that perhaps started to look quite nice, but actually doesn't work in your specific environment. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is fast replication. Our industry is vast. It is more than likely that someone in our industry have applied that technology before us. And of course, we found that more than anything, there will be people willing to provide that shared learning on that technology too. And that reflects the partnerships that we have in this industry. The other thing is that we, of course, have to make space for technologies. And what I mean by that is a lot of our employees and even contractors, when we apply new technologies, they have to learn new about that ways of working. That new ways of working, you need to allow for people to have the time to acquire that new skills, competencies along the way as well. And with these considerations, there truly is greater value that we can achieve through technologies in our industry, and we truly continue to believe that. Thank you for your time. That is all I had for today.
Thank you, Puan Najah Sophia, for going through the new technologies in BSB, which is very helpful to us. Okay. So the last session that we have is from Petronas. I would like to invite Yang Mulia Encik M. Nazmi bin M. Ali, and also Encik M. Hisham and Abu Bakar to talk about the pipeline technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yang Mulia, Ms. Moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Very good afternoon to all. Thanks again, the Brunei Petroleum Management Authority, as well as the Department of Energy, for having us here, Petronas, presenting two papers. The first one will be from my colleague from the front end fraternity, and us here from the pipeline fraternity in Petronas. What we're going to share here is the pipeline of the future initiatives that we have in Petronas. The idea of this initiative is basically when we, in 2019, the Petronas Pipeline Fraternity convened and we discussed, deliberate, and ideated solutions pertaining to the addressing the pain points of pipelines in Petronas. Those pain points, as you can see on the slides, in various areas. One of the area is the inspection and monitoring, and the other areas with regard to the contaminants that we are grappling with in Petronas environment. And during that session where we convene and discuss, subsequent to that, we developed our 5-year roadmap of what we call the pipeline of the future roadmap. The idea of the pipeline of the future is to future-proof the operation and maintenance, interactive management of Petronas offshore and onshore pipelines. At the end of the day, by 2030, we would like the operation interactive management of our pipelines to be interventionless while sustaining the ALAP risk. All those solutionings are based on the IR 4.0 elements, namely the data analytics, the big data analytics, the automation robotics, utilization of IoTs, advanced materials, and advanced engineering. And as you can see in the slide, in 2020 and in 2021, where we implemented some of the solutions, we have realized a significant value creations in terms of cost savings, cost avoidance, and opportunity losses avoidance. On top of that, we also have realized the reduction of GHG emissions. So all in all, our solutions that we have developed and utilized internally have provided or addressed the parts of the sustainability as well as the OPEX and CAPEX compressions within Petronas. So we have prepared a montage, a 5-minute plus montage, self-explanatory montage of our solutions. And these are the solutions that we are using within Petronas, as well as we are offering to be utilized outside Petronas. So how do I play the montage? Just click. Enjoy the montage. And I'll let my colleague Yamulia Hisham to conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cik Nazmi. Okay, I hope you enjoy the montage just now, or at least can keep us awake for the next couple of minutes. Okay, let me take it from here to conclude the topics for our today presentations. Petronas, through its more than 40 years of operating experience in managing our pipeline integrity assets, have undergone various methods in managing our pipeline integrity, from prescriptive-based to performance-based integrity management system. Through the years of operating experience, through the data that we have generated, the big data that we have generated, we have undertaken this initiative to develop our in-house solutions, utilizing the benefits from IR 4.0 through machine learning to predict the outcome, to produce a solution that enables us to predict the prominent threats that we are facing, for example, corrosions, or geohazard and third-party threats in our operations. And we also aspire to, basically from these solutions, to reduce or eliminate our loss of primary containments, and also generate savings from our optimizations of doing inspection and maintenance activities. I think with that, thank you for your patience in hearing our presentation today, and that's all I have for today. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you to Petronas for sharing the insight. So at the moment, I only have a few questions that I extracted from the Slido actually. So the first one is actually converted to Mr. Grant. So do Petronas lease EPS solution to other operators to make full use of the benefit of cost sharing and optimization?
At the moment, Petronas isn't a vessel owner. However, a collaborative model that allows a portfolio base. I'll pull this down so you can hear me better. So a collaborative model between operators that allows a portfolio-based approach to EPS is one that is going to be, in my opinion, a value creator. I think when looking at EPS development, you can look for a deployment on an individual field, but where you really get the value as a collective group, through collaboration, is allowing that to move then to another field and another field. And our assessment is, around EPS deployments have taken a look at multi-field development, and we've been able to prove to ourselves that is a value creator.
How many units do you have at the moment?
We don't have any units, so we're not an owner. So we will not, at the moment, we do not own an EPS. We're an E&P company. So we would look to, in the first instance, look to lease a vessel. We could potentially get to a point in which we own a vessel for multiple deployments. So, that strategy is one that's still, it's open-ended. So, but I think in terms of the collaborative approach in which multiple parties can then benefit from a single EPS across multiple fields, we've tested that, and it is a value creator economically.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grant. So the next one is to Mr. Sarudin. So other than good, other than good seismic imaging, what other technology are being used to unlock this complex reservoir?
Actually, I put 3 examples. So one of the examples that what didn't go through is the pressure predictions, because in HPHT well, you need to really predict that pressure correctly. And what we have in house is actually we have a proprietary workflow in terms of pressure predictions, and that is the one that we use to, or basically drilling safely to all this high pressure reservoir.
And the other question is, can Petronas Asset Integrity Team share the experience how such integrated solution come about? Is it driven by maintenance engineers?
When I mentioned that in early 2019, the Petronas Pipeline Fraternity convened and discussed the pain points, in that particular sessional workshop, not only the pipeline engineers, we also had the experts, the managers, as well as our stakeholders from upstream, downstream, and the gas businesses, including the Malaysia management, the Malaysia Petroleum Management from Petronas Center, discussing, deliberating, and solutioning to address pain points now and future pain points.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all we have for now. I think I give the floor back to Puan Shima.
Thank you, Puan Norelmi. I would like to thank all the panelists as well for the engaging session. Without further ado, we would like to invite Yang Mulia Haji Iskandar bin Haji Yahya, co-chair of Energy Symposium and Energy Seminar, to deliver the token of appreciation. Please welcome Mr. Grant Baroba. Yang Mulia Awang Serudin bin Saleh. Yang Mulia Haja Sofiah binti Haji Omar. Encik M. Nazmi bin M. Ali. Last but not least, Encik M. Hisham bin Abu Bakar. Thank you, Yang Mulia Haji Iskandar bin Haji Yahya. Alhamdulillah, with that, it concludes the energy seminar organized by Petroleum Authority of Brunei Darussalam in conjunction with Energy Week of Brunei Mid-Year Conference and Exhibition 2022. On behalf of the organizers, Petroleum Authority of Brunei Darussalam, sincere gratitude and appreciation to all participants in making today's seminar a successful event. Our sincere apology for any shortcoming throughout the event. We would like to kindly remind everyone to fill in the post-survey form by simply scanning the QR code shown on the screen. With that, we end our event with Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.